Hello, welcome to Steps of the Red Branch, where I am sore, the gym is painful. So we are joined in Steps of the Red Branch, as I said previously, but we have a certain McNamara going to look for the bestest cousin in the whole wide world. Probably in the
Oh, you
aftermath.
quoted me.
Probably in the aftermath of a pretty intense duel that went on between himself and a McNamara and MacTag. So you will find Keen. You will find Chris. Sitting close down, probably at one of the training fields. It's that kind of, I'm going to sit on one of the benches and is taking a healthy swig of water. The large ass of Rune that you would know as Orla, his pack mate, is kind of keeping a watchful eye on the whole proceedings, making sure that nobody kind of rushes him a bit. As you kind of walk over, you can kind of feel the that kind of home and beacon stare that she just gives you. This most it's not withering, it's just the I will fucking wreck you. You know what I mean? That stare. But she doesn't intervene. She doesn't stop you, but it just gives you that one assessment of I will just fucking break you in half. And then, you can come up to your cousin, who's just kind of rubbing at his stubble. His hair is a bit shaggy from all the sweat and exertion.
Right.
Cousin.
I'd give you a round of applause, but I think it's already happened.
He wanted a duel, and I gave it to him.
Sorry.
What? Why would you betray me?
Guess it. Orla is strangling me.
I need to breathe.
There we go. Oh, here I thought I was going to start this confidently. Nope. You did not want it?
I wouldn't refuse. But I do not go looking for duels unless they unless they want it.
And you think he'll be satisfied with the result?
A draw is never satisfactory, but sometimes it is necessary.
I suppose there is a lot of tension that needs to be driven out one way or another.
It was probably the most productive methodology.
Most likely, yes. How are you holding up?
I can manage. This is not the first time I have clashed with Roy. It will probably not be the last.
And the news from New York?
Worrying. But that is New York. We have more serious concerns here.
We do. Which is why I'm worried that it'll distract.
It is probably best then to keep the people motivated on the task at hand rather than allow events that are far beyond our reach and control to dictate course of action.
Lady Macfion is one of those people. She came to me with a idea. I was hoping to seek some counsel.
What idea is this?
We need a way to shield ourselves from their influence when we go looking for them. A repeat of last time is
Or reveal them entirely. They seem to be adept at hiding.
so they are. She's found a way to shield us.
Nods like, oh, I'm listening.
But it requires binding a wormish spirit.
Use the tools of the enemy to reveal them in the dark. It is a practical solution.
I thought so as well, but I'm not as knowledgeable of the local area.
There are many different spirits here, some good and some bad. There are many remnants of buildings we have catered to the ground where old spirits linger too. It seems whatever these remnants have done, they have binded the spirits to the land itself. Perhaps as punishment for their sins.
Fitting. I needed something else now then.
If you're looking for something warmish, there was his castle that was destroyed, but the rubble still remained.
I see.
We have been doing regular patrols in the area and noticed several banes, not of anything super concerning, but enough to warrant regular interval checks.
Yes, of course.
You can still feel him there.
Kian stops. He's kind of been not pacing, but he's been moving around. It's when he says that his foot immediately stops on the gravel, skidding some rocks. The grip on his wrist behind his back tightens. Can he?
Have you been to the home before she begins her little ritual to return it to the wild?
I have not.
You should.
You are correct.
It will educate you on many things. For even if you were not there, the memories still haunt those halls. The good and the bad.
Kian sort of relaxes his stance, gives just a sweep with his eyes. What is brain fart? Her name, Lorna.
Who?
His companion.
Oh, Orla.
Orla. I wouldn't say Lorna. Sorry, Orla. Is she still just sort of stood there?
Oh yeah. She's like a couple of meters away, so she's not like right beside you, like breathing on you. She's a good couple of paces away, but just watching.
I never told you what we saw down in the tunnels.
What did you see? And as his eyebrows raised. And are you sure of this?
Yes, they wanted us to see it. See where the leads was birthed.
Hmm. Well, you've witnessed the birth. I would recommend witnessing the prime before you witness the fall.
My mother never spoke much of that.
It started with the bells.
Is he sitting down, Christopher? He is sitting
Mhm.
by one of the. In that case, as he starts talking, Gideon will ease his way down on the bench.
The bells were the worst part. One bell usually meant it was Guru returning. 2 bells meant it was an enemy attacking. 3 bells meant the citadel was breached. There you go, Raz.
Oh, oh.
Because listen to the opening.
Oh.
The Mactaig and us had our annual meal, our show of alliances. We celebrated. Declarations were made. Oaths sworn. That's when the first bell rang. We assumed it was more people coming to the feast, and then the bell rang again. People began to stand, and then the bell rang a third time. And that was when they came in the hall.
How did you make it out?
I do not know, honestly, when I think about it. I know the methodology, how I did, what I did, but I do not know how I survived. I've asked myself that question over the last 10 years 1,000 times. Why did I survive?
You will find the answer, cousin. You will.
I know. Oh, the answer is there before me, Keen. I have just learned to accept it for what it is.
Kian folds his hands over each other and leans his chin down on the knuckles.
There are two sides of every moon, Keen. You and Murren represent the hope and bright future of our family. Myself, I represent the shadowed failure of what it once was and what it turned itself into. That was my burden to carry.
Our family has failed.
I know you hold an anger towards the MacTaig. I can see it in your eyes.
His disdain is validated.
Your anger is still there.
It is. Do you not feel it?
Once. But not for Rory. I anger at the ignorant children that come after it, that preach moral that they do not understand, but I am not angry at Rory MacTaig. You see, Keen, just that's out of breath. We and our families were allies once. And then imagine that your entire family, more or less, an element of it was slaughtered. At your age, at your rank. And you cannot kill the individual. And you discover that this individual was the man that you looked up to, idealized, was even crowned a Philodox, and worshipped to be just like he was. That your brother in arms was of the same kin. Wouldn't you be angry?
Of course.
And of course, there is a personal reason for his and I relationship that the Red Stag took from both of us.
What was that?
Someone that we both could not save. That night. I held on to her for as long as I could. Roy could not get to her. He was already swarmed. And she was ripped out of my hand. And Keen, you can see, just look down at the his right hand.
Oh, sorry. What did you say, Turner?
Did you miss all of that?
No, just the hand part.
He looks down at his right hand, kind of just
Oh.
like it's almost like he's just looking at it, like almost like it's betrayed him.
Mm. I am so very sorry, Christopher.
I've never been with another woman since. I suppose many people would think me foolish. But I have
Your honor
experienced.
does you credit.
It is not honor that drives me for that. Fianna, for all of us, you have passion. Rory's sister that died that night was the one I was chosen to marry. I swore a vow to her and only her. And when the time comes for my penance to be served in Stag's eyes for the crimes of my grandfather, our patriarch, I pray that my crimes are worthy enough for her to be waiting for me when I return home. Do not let honor singly drive you, Kian. Honor can bend and break like iron. Put an emotion behind the honor and the valor, and it will only bend, never break. And that is what it means to be McNamaran. True McNamaran. That passion can be love, happiness, friendship, but pick something to bend it around your honor so it never breaks.
There's a dark, contemplative look on Kian's face.
How does Keen feel looking over at his cousin? Then after all that,
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Oof. How would you even begin to explain? Moved. Moved would probably be the best word. Maybe just a bit shaken. Because Kian's afraid of applying emotion to, I guess, doctrine, to his belief.
Chris looks over and places a hand on your shoulder. If you let the fear of him rule your entire life, Keen, you will never become Fianna. He has taken so much from us already. Do not let him take something which he was never present to give. Our home was once a hall of beauty and music and life. And we have to give it back to the wild, and that stings. But a McNamara does not kneel and accept things to remain as they were. Never
will
again.
change.
It's not about changing. Change is something that the Silverfangs preach. We pride on ourselves on who we were and who we came before and who we are now. Never again.
Never. Or that Kian gets up. And almost as he's about to perhaps move away, he turns back. You carry a great burden.
We all
Raya.
do. We all do, cousin. You carried it just as heavily as I am. The only difference is that you have the capacity to be free of it. And that I am envious. As much as I admire it.
You give me much to aspire to. For our family to aspire to. If there is hope in the McNamara line, it is only because you guide the way, Raya.
As per the conditions of the duel with Rory, our family has been permitted entry to the library. Go there and see what our founder looks like.
There's a puzzled look on Kian's face.
The four founders of this sept who went with the Irla Macnasa, his pack, McNamaran, McCarthy, MacTaig. They hang in that hall. Their weapons hang in one room.
I will.
Now, Chris kind of glances past Keen, seeing a little figure kind of trot up the hill and kind of running down quite quickly. A little frown on his face.
Kean turns to look.
In here, but
I
Are
was
you
gonna say,
muted?
I'm gonna assume that's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, yeah, sure enough, Maeve has been caught up as this whole insanely deep conversation has happened. As people are screeching in victory. There's cheering. There's chanting. It's kind of miraculous that Christopher has somehow managed to not be literally dead center of it. But it is Christopher McNamara.
Perks of being a McNamara.
And yeah, his ability to avoid a crowd is awe-inspiring. And that is why, as this conversation goes, Maeve does, finally realize she can't see him anywhere. And, as much as she's running hot. She's doing good. She's excited. But where's Christopher? So she splits off from the pack and, gives a glance around and finally comes, scampering up, completely and blissfully ignorant to the entire conversation. So wearing a brilliant smile. And honestly, depending on how these guys are standing, how they're looking, and if it's anything different than the standard McNamara stand and stare, because that is not a deterrent anymore. It's distinctly possible that Maeve will no shit just take herself over and straight come up to Christopher and lunge hug him to congratulate him on his fight.
yeah, I mean, I imagine Keen's like, I'm gonna just put my face back on because damn you, Christopher, I will not feel this feelings of what I'm feeling. No, do you know what I mean? Christopher keeps a very stoic expression. It's when you go in for the hug. It's kind of it's stiff, but it's not like an uncomfortable. Like get the fuck off me. It's as if you can tell he's not sure how to have it done because it's never been. He doesn't get it often.
He doesn't. And you
Like-
know what? Maeve doesn't. She doesn't pay much mind to the fact that I imagine he does that thing where a guy kind of lifts the arms when you go for him, and then kind of hangs out with the arms there. Like now what? Shit.
It's not even. No, doesn't do that.
What
He no, he doesn't. You thump against him, and he does this slow reach up and just touches the back part of your shoulder, and you can feel the kind of awkward squeeze, as if
him?
he's not used to doing it, but it means a lot to him.
Aw. That's way more heartbreaking. There we go.
Stop doing that. You're cutting
Sorry.
out mid-scene.
Sorry, it completely crapped and told me there's no connection anymore.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, she does. She lunges in for the hug. And, I mean, as she does so, it's just it's that enthusiastic, just, that was amazing. She comes in and, gives him the squeeze, and you know what? The fact that he returns it and doesn't awkward out is, even if it's a little stiff, even if it's unpracticed, it's still, I mean, it's a huge stride. And she doesn't cling for a prolonged period of time. She comes in, she gives him the squeeze, holds on for just a second, and then, lets him loose. Glancing over to Kian. Big old smile.
Physical contact has made Kean immensely uncomfortable.
It's not
Hugging.
even contact with him. He doesn't know what to do.
Keen
I
runs.
know. It's hugging. Then will I blossom?
When am I supposed to blossom?
No.
Shows Christopher over.
She whips around to smile at him. It's like, did you see the whole thing? Were you here for it?
I did indeed.
She's just fucking glowing, man. It was an amazing fight, Chris.
Just as a slow nod. It was what was needed to be done.
Very much so. Just the big, oh, you did so good, and I fucking looks like she's gonna explode.
Entire fucking stuff must be thinking, why does she like them so much?
As they both stare at her in McNamara.
Mm.
Yeah, he just looks really awkward the whole time, and she's like, he's just like, yes, please, okay, okay. I take it you have been celebrating.
I have. The way you two spoke at the beginning, the way it ended, everything about it, you're right, was exactly what it needed to be.
Well, I'm glad that it was resolved the correct way.
And she just beams. Like, yes, I'm glad you agree with me. I'm happy now. And as they both continue to stare, just I interrupted. Just a little nod of like, yep, that happened. I interrupted.
You have not interrupted anything, Lady Maeve.
No, we were quite done.
I understand that you and Kean are embarking on small mission. It's like, change of subject, here we go. Woo!
Oh,
Yes, change of subject, yes. Yes, that idea you showed me. Christopher gave me a lead that we can investigate.
lead.
There are many different spirits and many different places to go, whether Wormish or Gaian. But there are many different ruins now, considering the recent assaults that we have done against the spirals. A lot of them have been cleansed, but places of great crimes committed against the foundation of Gaia's truth. They intend to still attract things. Fiona's told me he has spotted one particular bane that has been lurking around the ruins of the Red Stag's holes itself.
Oh,
A pale queen, he called it.
yeah, the brown. It's ever so slightly. It's not the I'm confused. It's just like just trying to recall if it's one of the things that she
You've seen it.
glimpsed.
You've seen it. The effects of this, Fionn has said, is there has been a lasting sadness over the land. She seems tied to it herself, in a way. It's great. He said that she was not of great magnitude, but significant binding, that it was an effect. Crops do not grow the right way. Children become sick, is what he reported. Odd ends of illnesses begin occurring. Things do not begin going the right way. Broken bones do not set correctly. Kind of gives spread of his hands.
Yeah, there's a good serious nod. Yeah, just a little glance aside at Kian. See, I don't know why she autopilot searches people's faces when she's hanging out with two McNamarans, but she still does it. So it's the glance and the yes, the face.
You can stare over at the fucking muscle over there who's just eyeballing the shit out of everybody and everything.
You can tell Maeve's doing good because she did not run into a wall of muscle instead of Christopher.
Mm-hmm. However, will hold up his hand. You're going to need more than just you two. I would recommend bringing at least one Arun. If you're trying to catch a Bane into a Talon, he said, you're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Because a smile, like it would be a smile for a McNamara, and it's like this thin raise of the lips. You know what I mean?
Sounds like a good idea.
Well, it would be good to detect it. It would be good to bind it. And perhaps if you can understand its origin, it might explain what we could do to counteract and prevent further of its kind from spreading. It is significant in one singular number, but you can imagine what happens if there are multiple of these.
So it's not necessarily a singular thing that is coalesced and cycled again to come back. It's more than that.
I think it has been extended beyond its original cycle. He'll think, and quick as he comes, really, because let's be real. Like you can see Chris do a pause. And where is he?
Mm-hmm.
From behind Maeve, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, these things. The worm does like to extend its effect to the point where it sniffs Maeve's hair as he passes by, raptures the natural cycle of it. Keen, you've met Fionn. He sniffs Maeve's hair and just does that little shudder like, ooh. But then his eyes train on you with this intrigued stare as he goes to sit down beside Christopher.
There we go. Yes, I have met him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he gives you a big long stare as everything like, hello there.
Do you think
Hello there, stare, come back.
Do you think it has a singular origin point, a story that could be understood to unmake it?
Potentially. A bane of that energy. Says with a smile that corrupted pain. I imagine she has quite the tail beneath her honeyed skirts.
Yeah, the line "honeyed skirts" is a little. Whew. Done.
I think Ian just the
Final dogs.
From.
Sigma frowns on this.
Sigma does not appreciate your heresies. I would say listen to the tale. Find a thing that perhaps was some lament to her and bind her to it. Fitting punishment for falling to the worm, but also breaking the cycle. What are you making, little loon? That you need to bind something of the worm to your will. Lean.
Yeah, thanks.
It does this uncomfortable, like, squeak
No,
as well.
just the slightest bit, like not full up in front of her, but it's the just a worm scale.
It's weird what he does, Maeve's voice. Just a worm scale. Do you know what I mean? It's like I can't do the high pitch that he can get, but he gets your voice down to a T.
Yeah, that's odd and eerie. It does get him kind of the silent glance of like, oh.
And what do you need? Just a worm scale for little Maeve MacFionn.
For the tunnels.
You wish to delve down deep, deep, deep in the dark.
If we are to root out the last remnants eventually, we will have to. And whether needed or not, best not to take risks
Yes,
unnecessarily.
it is a practical solution. The head just kind of does the creak.
Everything that he just touches suddenly gets like needs oil.
Right over at Keen. That is a very practical solution, Lord McNamara. After all, when looking for corruptions, you have to go deeper than just the bare scars. I think you would agree, wouldn't you?
McNamara stare.
And
Makes no sense now.
here's the creepy part: the fact that like you immediately respond to it with that dead eye stare. It's like he's drinking it in, like he's drinking that anger, that pain, that seething. It's like he's drinking it off you. Like yes. You can literally see him start to slowly.
My greatest strategy turned against me.
I mean, for Imagine Keen, it's quite odd to see someone who is not uncomfortable with anything encouraging it. Like, yeah, it's good. Good. You know what I mean?
If anything, even though he can't put his finger on it, he feels almost a bit disgusted. He doesn't know why, but there's this gnawing pit in his stomach that opens up.
No.
Because he's seen somebody drink in the stare of a McNamara before to encourage it. He doesn't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm scared, Torda.
But
no, we
for
haven't
me-
gotten there yet, but yeah.
But for me, once he's drunk in Kian's lovely stare, turns back to you briefly. It is a good idea. Just make sure that you have something significant to hold the weight. Once it is activated, it does break, so you'll need the effect to be at least a good duration. Nothing too large. After all, you are a youth, so I would trust your expertise.
Of course.
But the woman, the pale queen, as it were, with honeyed skirts and sad eyes, I think would be a fitting one for your methodologies. After all, you would be both doing the Sept a service by healing another portion of the land and having a weapon to turn against the enemy. And then he just swivels, his muddy face and matted hair kind of, it's like, oh, I'm done playing with you, knave. You're not giving me anything, but you, McNamara. He just eases up again with this uncomfortable creak. Kind of just staring right into Kian's eyes. Does Kian look away?
No.
Good. So yeah, you eye lock for a second. Chris is just keeping a casual observancy. For Kian's sake, Chris doesn't look as phased as, say, Maeve would be. If anything, Chris is just used to this motherfucker being the way he is. He's just gotten so fucking used to it. But for Kian, the eye locks in. I can see that rage in your heart at the edge of your eyes, little McNamara Lord. Like a fungus weaving its way in. Oh, you've got a demon in you, little Cleith.
Kian puts his hands in his pockets. Turns and walks away.
Then he just leans back, and Christopher just glances over and glances at Maeve. Uh, I wish you some luck. Uh, just gives it kind of like that. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? It's that kind of look like. I wish you luck. If you and me glancing over front, like, why you got to ruin every social encounter I have with anyone? Do you know what I mean?
Why you gotta be that guy? And Maeve's just like, I'm sure he'll be fine. And she just,
Fionn does a little finger wave, like, bye bye. You know what I mean?
yeah, she doesn't do the whole finger one. She just the little bat of the fingers, like, oh, okay, bye. And just scampers off to like, no, kid, come back. And fucking chase them down.
Kid. But as you know, so Keen, you'll eventually find a little hand tugging on you, which is Maeve. I'll let you guys
Perfect.
do that. I'll let you guys do that before I violently drag Heather kicking and screaming into the scene.
Yeah, it's just the little tug in the, hey, you okay?
I'm fine. Thank you, Lady Macphail.
I know Fionn comes off a little strong, but I can only imagine what it's like to be related to pain spirits.
God damn it. Now I'm just seeing his head like extend like in a fucking Half-Life 2 animation, Source Engine animation in the background from the bench.
I know your secrets, Keen.
Sigma knows your sins.
Wake up and smell the ashes, Mr. McNamara.
Oh, okay. How are you holding up, Lady Macphail?
That's a very good question.
That's why I asked it.
Can I answer one back? How well does it look like I'm holding up?
You're doing good at looking like you're holding up. I'm curious if you are holding up.
Yeah, there's just that soft smile of like, oh, good. Almost as though it's essentially the essentially, I'm glad it's working. She doesn't pretend it's true. Just, hey, good.
It's just been a constant stream of one thing piled on another. And every time I turn around, someone else is hurting.
Hmm.
The people that raised me to Cleith are the people who did all these things to all the people around me. It's terrible. It feels horrible. But I can't very well go back and shake a finger at them. It wouldn't change anything. Nothing I can do now would bring them back.
It's
So I
like dirt that's gotten stuck between your skin underneath.
I just make sure I don't cry in public anymore. That's what I'm doing.
And I dare to say that you'll be alright.
Eventually, they say time heals a lot of things. I really hope they're
Only
right.
if you let it.
Can't very well heal people lost. But hopefully he gets easier to look at them, and I don't know. I know I'm not them. I know me being there doesn't change anything about what they did. I'm just waiting for, the first time someone looks over at me and remembers that's where I came from, and just I don't know.
This sect looks after its own.
I do.
We are the Knights of the Red Branch. We know how to close rank. You help those you can help. You honor those who you could not. That's how you move forward.
Does it ever feel kind of backwards that we're still trying to fix things that happened, and while we're doing it, even more things that hurt people just as much are happening now? And in 10 years, maybe we'll still be mopping that up. Is there
As
ever-
long as people try, there is still hope. It's when we stop. And we've decided how the story ends.
Yeah.
War is coming, Lady Macfion. And a lot more death. But the story is not ending. Not yet. Not as long as we keep trying. Keep mopping the mess up. Maybe one day it'll be clean.
I have to hope. She reaches over, gives the arm kind of a pat, like, "Aw." Because, I mean, you told me what I needed to hear.
I hope so as well.
And in the meantime, we'll keep doing what we're doing well. And fixing what needs to be fixed so we can look ahead instead of back. Or at least look at the now before we even bother trying to look ahead.
Yes, and I think the now will be one very angry Bane.
I'm trying to think if there's anywhere I could find any hint of who she was, so at least I knew how to approach. Admittedly, we'll probably have to fight her, but I don't know how to learn unless she's going to go and be talking to herself and letting us watch. Or actually talk to us, which then we're talking to a Bane. And once the spirit's bound, you don't usually hear them. Then again, if what she's based in is so deeply emotional, you might be able to feel. we'll need to figure out who she is, what happened to her. Then maybe after she's brought down to a thread, and after she's bound, after she's expended what she has to aid Gaia instead of the worm, maybe we can snap that last thread and let her go, so she doesn't cycle again and just come back.
Put an end to the story.
A lot of stories don't seem to have
Yeah.
a lot of ends. They need them. They need good ones. I know that in the end, the big story that's happening doesn't end, but people's individual stories do. And they deserve endings. Being stuck forever in the middle is cruel.
I could look for clues in the McTague library.
There is a lot of records there. We could try. At least take a glance before we go out, see if there's something that stands out.
Hmm.
And even if it's not out in the main area, there is a restricted section that might have more detailed accounting. And as strange as it sounds, the way approval seems to work to see what's in there, especially when it ties back to a particular family, that I'm probably going to need you to see it at all.
How do you mean?
Well, say it's not in the main records, you know. Say there is something horrible that happened and it was a tale that was put in the restricted area. It's still a story from your family. It's still a story from what was one of your family's homes. And in order to see something that belongs to your family, even if it seems strange and backwards considering how much tension there's been, I would need one of you to essentially give me permission to see it. That's what I had to do the last time I went in looking for something. I had to find the right person and get their blessing to go and actually look. Because it could be anything. It could be deeply personal to someone, and it's wrong to give out those stories without the permission of someone who has a right to it.
That is true.
Yeah.
If that is what needs to be done.
Quirk of a smile. I'll hope it's not something that bad, but if it's meant she stays, if it means that she heard enough that even if it's not her, it's an echo of what she went through. It's probably in the restricted section.
That makes sense.
But if you go
I
together,
doubt it's a happy tale.
no. It's not a happy tale, or she wouldn't have left behind a shade. Not something tainted.
Well, we know what we must do.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume that the two of them will just kind of steer that away together. Not
Mhm.
necessarily arm in arm, but Maeve will be walking fairly close so that they can talk without raising their voices unduly.
All right. So, for Kira, Orla's training has been punishing. She has not let up since the second you arrived and demanded that you wanted training. Well, not demanded, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
She has not. She has not let you get off your back on your feet once really in the last 3 rounds. She's just hit you and kept hitting you. She has used fist, boot, stick. She has beaten the absolute shit out of you repeatedly. Without fail, without mercy, without any form of reprieve. She has just been constantly on you. Only now is she actually letting you sit up again. As she takes a couple of steps back and gets some water and splashes on her face because all this kicking the shit out of Clea has made me sweaty.
Kira, she sits up fairly slowly, more because she's sore than anything else, and just pushes herself up. She'll go to get herself some water because, yeah, water. Water good.
When you kind of go to get water, Orla just looks over. I didn't say you could drink yet.
Sorry, Ray.
You know, puts the stick over her shoulder. You know, watching reaction to it, looking for something, seeing, studying, glancing.
May I get some water, Ray?
No.
Kira nods. She looks fairly frustrated.
No, or just notes it. It's like, all right, tick. You know, I mean, I'm not going to roll because Orla has I'm just going to keep this narrative. She beats the absolute fuck out of you again, but this time she's dirty about it. She sweeps your legs. She hits you in the uncomfortable places, hits your kneecaps, hits your knees, even hits you down below, even hits you right in the fucking chest. She doesn't care. She hasn't these, she's like, oh, fuck it, you're a female as well. She hits you in the biddies. Wow. You know what I mean? Pokes it as well. So really gets in with the stick and twists and everything.
Yeah. And, for the sake of narrative, Kira she's on the defensive.
Mm-hmm.
And, having Orla keep hitting her, having, a more experienced room constantly find the breaks in her guard, as useful as that is, as good as that is to learn, but it's getting to the point where it's she's starting to get pretty frustrated because she sees where she needs to make improvements. She makes the adjustment, and then there's another break, and suddenly her feet are swept out from under her, and she's having to get back up on her feet and still keep her defense up.
Here's the point, another thing as well. When you get that knocked on your feet, she doesn't let you get back up. She just keeps hitting you. Bam, bam, bam. You know what I mean? Not knocking you out either. Just hitting you in places with those sticks where you just flick it the right way and it rakes across your back.
Yeah.
That leaves that elasticated sting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing for Kira to pick up. She's purposely not knocking you out. She's making you suffer.
Yeah.
And she does this another 2 times. Wow. And then, as I imagine Kira's trying to just slowly, oh, fuck. It stops. And she's just standing over you.
Yeah, it, it stops. Kira looks up.
Yeah, or is just staring down at you.
She goes to pick herself up.
Oh,
Try
yeah,
and
you
get
feel
back
the
on her feet.
boom. You feel the woo. You like wicks through the air, and that catches you right in the fingers as well.
Oh,
Like if you're ever in school, back in the corporal punishment days, you used to get the ruler and whack it right in the tip of your knuckles. That's what she does. Gets you right in the knuckle.
ah, fuck.
You know, pad paces, so she's standing in front of you. Puts her boot on your knuckle. Squeeze it. That does the creak. Not very nice, is it?
No, Raya. She winces.
How's Kira doing?
Honestly, she hurts. She's been knocked down. She's sore. This is fairly brutal training. She asked for it. She's aware she asked for this. You know, and she's trained with Orla before. She trusts Orla, but man, this is
There's something far more savage about this.
yeah. This is different. And you know, her she tries to reach out fast enough to like pull one of Orla's legs out from under her. I imagine she's gonna get her hand slapped away.
Oh, she does worse. You know, you tried to catch Orla's leg by reaching out her hand, and Orla catches your hand and presses her knee down. And Kira, that you watch her just, you know what I mean? Like wrenched, torque the hand, and I mean, you hear that pop. When you dislocate a shoulder, it makes the most hilarious popping noise, and then the pain hits.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like. She's gonna yelp.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yes, Raya.
Hurts to be humiliated, beaten down repeatedly against a foe that you aren't really ready for.
Yes, Raya. It does.
Zora just walks along. She's like a wolf. She just starts pacing around your body as you're just trying to desperately kind of get to one knee, essentially to pick yourself up, holding your shoulder.
And Kira tracks her with her eyes.
So what have you learned? What else have you learned from pain? And she like, whoom, right in the back of your kidneys.
Oh, ow. Pain and discomfort are a necessary part of training. If you were an enemy, you would not let me get up. You would not care about my pain.
Good. Someone else in teaching them. She steps over you. Like, I mean, when I say step over, she steps over you. With, like, on you and over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, right in that pot, right in the spot where she whacked your kidneys.
It also does not feel good to
No,
have
it doesn't.
someone you asked to train you do this to you.
Oh, I bet it doesn't. Neil crouched down, thunks the stick into the ground. That's got your blood all over it. Launches your head up so you can look at her in the eye. But it doesn't, does it?
No, Raya.
I wonder then. Has this ever been done to you before? You ever been trained in this way?
Kira gives a shake of her head.
Ah. I bet your den father was nice. Trained you good and proper. Face to face, man to man, guru to guru. Right?
Yes, Raya.
Means you get confident, right? Proud.
She nods.
Ah. That's a dangerous thing, pride, isn't it?
Yes, Raya. It can be.
Ah. Look at the position this landed you in. And this is the thing, there's no sadism. It's just cold. That's what probably jars her so much. It is so just feral.
Mm-hmm.
And like I can say, Keen and Maeve can see this in the distance. They can see like the methodical nature she takes about dismantling Kara. Not Kara, fuck. Kira. Kaze. I wonder then, did you derive a sense of pleasure in that pride when you hold that same strength over others that are lesser than you? Much like you're assuming I'm doing now, I suspect. Did that sense of pride fill your lungs when you thought you had done a thing you needed to do? Hmm?
Mama, this is
You know, Kira looks at Orla again. I cannot recall a specific incident, Raya, but yes, I probably have.
She jabs her thumb right into your eye and starts to twist.
Oh,
Loud enough that the point that you let out a bit of a yell, that she puts the thumb back and does that little gunk. So you're not blinded, but
Yeah.
Jesus.
Cannot recall. I do like that answer. I'll ask the question again. Did you feel good?
Yes.
And I bet you don't feel good now.
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit, Torna? You broke up a little bit for me.
And I bet you don't feel good now.
No, I don't.
She nods.
Oh, I bet not. I'm not gonna be a philodox and tell you and wag my finger at you and tell you shouldn't do that. I'm not a philodox. Am I?
No, Raya, you are in a room.
Good. So if you want to train with me, I don't want to hear about you bullying cubs again. Or making people feel small and using unfair advantages when you've been given nothing but fair advantages your entire life.
Because if I do, she puts her finger in her mouth and licks the spill off it and sticks it right in your ear and twists. And burrows that middle finger right in.
Oh,
To the point where you beg her to take it out. She goes that in. Like, Keen and Maeve can see her doing it as well. It is just, whoa. Like, she will not stop until Kira tells her, like, take it out, take it out, take it. You know what I mean? She's just burrowing in.
Mm,
Off in the distance, Maeve throws Kian that I'm deeply concerned look.
yeah, and she'll take it, Raya, please. Stop. Take it out, please.
This is your first lesson. Humility. It's a lesson every Arun learns in their life. You granted that cub that lesson early. She'll be thankful of it one day, just as you'll be thanking me the next. This is your first lesson, so remember it.
And she, the fingers out and there's blood and earwax all over the finger. She just wipes it on Kira's face. And just kicks some dirt into Kira and then starts walking. Come back tomorrow. Don't be late. She just keeps walking.
Yes, Raya.
Oh yeah, you can hear like for one, like you're not like death or anything, but like when you heal the damage back up until then, it just feels like this sound in your ear as well. It's the most uncomfortable sensation ever.
Yep.
But like you can heal it easy enough through Gabbro, but Kira, your body feels like she just took you apart by the joints essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then she leaves you there in the mud.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Kira.
Keen and Maeve awkwardly kind of watching, I imagine, just like,
Kira sits there for a moment, just absolutely seething. Like not like she's plotting or anything. Just rage, man. This was unfair. She'll pick herself back up out of the mud slowly and shift herself up to Glabro. Start wicking off the damage because, oh, that pain.
Yeah, and for Kian's benefit, because I mean, Maeve has always come across as very soft-hearted, and yes, there's that moment of like, oh, is this going to go too far? The concern isn't, oh no, someone's being mean to Kira. It's, oh god, is this getting out of hand? Because I'm not sure. I'm never sure with the runes, especially when they get really into it. But oh Jesus! And once Orla clearly has control the whole time, eventually loses interest, leaves her.
It's not even losing interest, Maeve. She purposely did that. Purposely discarded her like a broken piece of meat. Even kicked dirt on her like a broken piece of meat. There was no... Maeve will realize, and Keen too, watching this, Orla at never point lost any sense of control. This was all designed.
Yeah, it is. The point of interest isn't that Maeve looks malicious or hateful or anything like that. She just looks a lot less concerned and upset than you'd expect her to be, based on how soft-hearted she comes across.
So, what do you guys do with your Kira, who's now like slowly popping herself back up? What are you guys doing? You can see, I'll put it like this, you can see the cubs are watching, like with a very, once my mannequin works, like they're watching. A couple of people are watching. Fionn looks very pleased with this entire display.
Of course he does.
Clapping, like.
Yeah.
Christopher kind of glances at him, he does the stop clap. That's slow, like.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, there's a glance. Probably, she catches what's going on with Kira, sees her discarded. Whew. And does look over to see, probably first and foremost, how are the Cubs looking? Because some shit.
I mean, Damien is just like, oh. Ooh. He makes that expression, he's still got that innocence to him where it's like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Fuck. Like, even mouthing, like, fuck. Carol is deadpan and pacing behind him, watching. Like, she's damn near at this point. Like, she's not ready to froth at the mountain charge, but, like, her chest is breathing. It's both a mixture of shock, awe. Shock, awe.
Jiggle right boob, jiggle left boob.
Yeah, exactly. Jiggle, jiggle.
Honk, honk, honk. Honk, honk, honk.
You destroyed this deep and shocking moment with your honk honks. What the fuck?
He just walks up and honks over.
Honk, honk.
Just honk Kira's left titty. What the
Yeah,
Always the left one too.
that's the one that squeaks.
Oh my god.
I know science. See, Donna backs me up.
What's that
And
noise?
if anybody would know about boobs, it's us two.
makes the noises he does as well.
Clearly,
Walks away.
the four of us in here, you two are the authorities on boobs.
Yeah. Just walks up to her and just goes, and then walks away. Then doesn't say anything else.
That's literally it. Like, all right, let's go find a rune. Now that that's over, whew, glad I got that out of the way.
Anyway,
Oh, right. Yeah, we were looking for a rune. Right. Yeah, sorry, I was
Yeah,
thinking
we were
boobs.
told we should
Anyway.
get a rune. It may have just is trying, like, you can almost see it. She's trying to decide how she feels about this entire thing. Though her, she does keep glancing over at the cubs, see, like, is anyone, like, is Carol having issues? Is anyone right on hand to police her? What is, oh,
But yeah, Damien is leading her by the hand, like, come on, back to Den, Mom. But Carol is just fixated on the person. But she's being led away, but it's that, like I am being stared, like, she's fucking dog-eyed staring. But she's being led away by the other cub who's leading her to the safety of the Lupus, who is trotting over, like, do you know what I mean?
And once the damage has wicked off and she's feeling better, Kira gets herself a drink of water and she plunks herself down on the side, as she often does. Takes out a piece of wood and starts carving it.
Maeve is now reassured that there's nothing permanent, because if there was, she would not just start whittling out of nowhere. Maeve also marvels at the fact that she apparently carries chunks of wood around, because that's new.
It's probably what did some anyway. But she, I mean, you could easily grab it out of her tool bag.
Well, she just glance over to Kian.
I suppose so. That's his answer to your stare.
Oh. I think there was a... Do you think that was exactly what it looked like? I mean, you heard what happened to Carol? Glance aside just to be like, you might be out of touch. You do stick your face in books all the time.
I think would he torn up?
I mean, there's a big rumor about it in the rumors post.
And then yeah.
Seamus actually made a very pointed telling of it in the rumors post. If you actually look,
Then he does. No. He nods.
Well, I suppose we'll find out if it stuck. We do need Naroon. And I'm pretty sure everyone else has duties. Did send her to go get cleaned up and ready to go while we hit the library?
Yes, that sounds good.
Hmm.
Get the lips rolling for a second. She nods like, okay, I can be mature. I can totally not be bitchy. I can do this.
walks over and slaps her in the face.
Oh my god. I feel like the day Maeve just walks up and greets someone with a slap, the entire fucking sept will gasp at the same time. Jesus. No, she takes
punches Keena in the dick. Afterwards,
Oh,
moves away.
No, she'll just take a second and be like, I am Zen. I am Zen. I'm totally Zen. And yeah. Just, it's one of those things where, like, even before you look up, like, you can hear when someone's coming straight in your direction. It's not it doesn't take a lot of attention to notice. I mean, unless she is really wrapped up in her whittling, which is totally viable.
are you with us, Kira? It's me, May.
Oh, did they Did they come over to her?
Maeve is approaching.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So Kira will see Maeve approaching, and I mean, she doesn't know what to expect. It's a moment where she gets.
Mommy, can I have a red chocolate candy?
Yes.
Can you give me? Can you give me some?
She gets a few more good, like, whittles in for just tucking the wood and the woodworking knife back in her pocket. She'll show through it. Raya?
Do you have any imminent duties? Upcoming patrol? Anything?
Not for a while, right?
All right. Well, we need to make an excursion, and we'll need an Arun. You may want to pull yourself together, get your gear for going out.
What sort of excursion, Raya?
We'll be finding a wormish spirit. I need an Arun.
I'll go get my things.
Yeah, that's just the bob of the head. And I mean, she keeps it very short and sweet in the moment, but better to have all the information before she starts trying to explain anything to anyone. So, yeah. Get her off to put herself together and then rejoin Kian to head to the
He's
left.
just been stood sort of slightly off.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Two McTies.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, at least Maeve doesn't have any issue with taking the lead on that.
I'm sure it won't be seen as incredibly poor taste to not even let 24 hours pass before we burge in and go restricted section.
Wow, that was a oh dear. You know, Kean, that's the best part. Is Kean, you wonder that in your mind, and then you come into the library. It's a couple of stairs initially, right? A couple of stairs, and then I imagine you're going straight for the old. What are you doing exactly when you come into the library, Maeve? Who are you
Yeah, I
looking
am letting Mabe take. Oh wait, Mabe's with me, right?
Maeve has
Yes.
done some back and forth between just coming casually to the roundabout door where the library is and coming to the front for certain things. I assume it's probably best for her to just step in library side and talk to Sophia before she brings in
Mhm.
Kean.
Yeah, you can come up and talk to her. She's with Eve. They look like they've been talking quite extensively. They don't look angry with each other, but it's just that they've been. It looks like a deep conversation.
She'll come in, do the nod around, and then essentially position herself in the I'm not listening, but I am waiting my turn.
Then Sophia turns with the all the regality of being the wife of Rory MacTag. Eve's kind of just standing off to her right, clearly showing a mark of respect because, like, she's the wife of Rory. You know what I mean?
Sonia, my bad.
She's got one of the highest positions in the highest position of the kinfolk of that family. So there is a marked show of respect, Like in terms of kinfolk ranking, so Sonia is Eve's Raya, essentially.
All right.
Apologies for interrupting, but if I could have a moment.
What do you need, Lady Naksha?
I need to go over some of the records from.
What's the name of the castle again? Got it in my blue book. Load up the outline. Thank you. Oh, shit. I'm trying to be good. I need to consult some of the records from the old McNamara estates. And I don't know if they'd be best found here in the main library.
I mean, the MacTigs give you, you know what I mean? There is a marked change in posture, demeanor. Do you know what I mean? It's like the both of them just kind of stiffen a bit.
It's been suggested to me that I make a Talon, and the spirits that I need to find will be there. Something to aid us in going below ground, hunting what's left of the remnants.
I see. Just out of breath, this. I will consult with the guru.
Of course.
Wait here. She pats Eve on the shoulder and seems to be heading into one of the back rooms.
Oh, yeah. No, Maeve just folds her hands politely. Gives Eve a nod.
Oh yeah, Eve nods, polite as always, but just fucking cold stares you the entire time.
Thanks, Eve, for this thrilling conversation we'll have during the whole time, as opposed to standing here.
I mean, you could try talk. She doesn't try to talk to you. She's just fucking staring at you. The shouting in the background is Rory.
You did what?
What? It just echoes at the library.
I've been to so many of their estates, and y'all shocked this time. I see how it is.
It's just this yell. Can I not have me? No, there's
10
no yell.
minutes! Can I not have 10 fucking minutes?
The McNamara want to go into restricted section.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to the part of saying, like, by the way, in case I need permission from a member of the family, I brought one with me!
Yeah, no.
Could we not just try and smuggle Kian in like a hand in a suitcase?
Put him under my jacket.
A big
Right on
coat.
his shoulders with a really long trench coat.
But
Yeah.
anyway, jokes aside, because that's about to come up now, Eve will just say in the most politely bitchy voice, I assume you have permission from the selected families to represent them doing this.
I have brought one along to validate that I do have permission to look into these.
He gestures to the door like he is politely waiting outside. Because courtesy.
I put it like this, the fucking look she gives you, like, oh. And she's like, wait here, and she walks after Sonia because... Do you know what I mean?
Now the yelling.
I'm not going to lie, there is.
Oh,
There is.
This.
There is. Oh, there's a yell.
Oh,
Yeah, the eyebrows kind of shoot up a little bit like, oh.
Like, there is a, for the love of all that is God. You know what I mean? You hear Rory. You know what I mean? Like, you can just hear Sonia. Rory. Calm.
and at this moment, Kian realized he fucked up.
She can take a yelling at. She's bracing herself as we speak. Just the whoo.
Yeah, I don't know if Kian hears if he's just standing outside, like whistling to himself. He whistles when people aren't looking.
In the distance, you can see Cackling Thunder, you know, kind of look around essentially over where you are, Kean. Not coming near you yet. Please watch. He sees it.
There we go.
If you look back and look,
Oh,
there's another
oh.
like 2 or 3 travelers with him as well.
Okay. And you know, Kian waves high, and by that I mean he stares at them,
They
which
haven't
is
been
kind
back.
of like a wave.
The polite nod, yep, gentlemen.
Yep.
They haven't come near you. They haven't gone near you. They haven't made advances. It's just every now and again you look back and look away, and extra 2. It's like, where the fuck are they all coming from?
Fucking multiplying.
When he isn't looking, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he.
So every time he looks back, there becomes like 2 more polite nods.
It's pretty much
2
by the
more
time
polite.
you kind of look back and look away. There's about 10 of them at this point. But they aren't like doing anything threatening. They're just, oh, we're just doing our work and don't mind us. Then they do that kind of slow look over.
There's nothing about the situation that isn't threatening. But okay.
He's just like, oh, Maeve.
Just that sort of leaning his hand back without breaking eyesight with the travelers and just knocking on the door like dun dun dun.
Let me in.
Let me in, let me in, let me in.
Sorry, I needed a bit to
Yeah.
laugh at that. All right, so back to the serious
No.
bit.
Yeah, it's very serious as he stands there and does nothing because that's what Kian does most of the time. He stands and he stares.
The yelling in the background is making this for me. Screaming.
Yep, Maeve just does a little wince each time it actually hits a point where she can make out the words, just like, ooh.
And eventually, the yelling dies down, and Sonia comes out, polite as ever, as if this never happened, because it fucking did.
Mm.
Nothing happened. Nope. Puts her face back on. Just, oh, hello.
No, Eve follows after her, looking. Eve is not as practiced as Sonia. Eve looks a bit flustered because Uncle Rory was fucking roaring his fucking head off. You know what I mean? And it is never good to see a guru get that mad. You know what I mean?
Nope.
She looks a bit flushed, but she's all right, pacing after, letting Sonia take the lead. Sonia, meanwhile, is the perfect epitome of class and elegance. She just gives that little tight, hello, Maeve. It's a type of little nod, like, Access will be afforded to you, supervised for 1 hour. Please give us advance and warning next time.
Apologies.
Noted. Eve, make sure they're well taken care of. So that's at this sigh of noted, apologies, whatever, and then that's when the mask kind of just falls off the. Whoa, okay. I diffused worry. Okay, whew. Eve, make sure they're taken care of with the utmost of courtesy and hospitality. She just gives the of course, polite head bob.
And you know what? Maeve will give Sonia the chance to do her little and now I bow out to just process before she leans over to let, open the door for Kian.
Oh, she's heading outside. Waits till Kian passes. Waits till, Maeve opens the door. And fucking, she walks past Kian, is walking over to Cackling Thunder and the boys.
Interesting. Kian follows her with his look, not actually following her.
Okay, I was like, don't do it. You start to follow her with your eyes. It's Kian.
But I really want to know about the multiplying traveler. The mission or the travelers? The mission.
They can grant it an hour.
Yeah, no, Kian moves along. He's looking Uncomfortable. He is looking as if he both thinks any object in here will crack as soon as he touches it, but also somehow get him sick. So yeah, he lets Mabe lead him, keeping a firm 4 inches between him and everything else.
And Maeve will do much as she did the last time because this is a supervised thing. So Eve will go, Eve will let them in. You know, she will just the epitome of politeness. Follow along, nodding, you know, understanding, etc. And we'll just go about what they came here to do instead of making Eve's life any more difficult than she has already.
Oh, Eve is stiffly polite. She makes sure that Maeve is the one opening the door, not Keen. You don't put your filthy McNamara and paws over our nice MacTague handrails. But you are entered in a series of stacked shelves. Eve leads you down and points to a symbol in the wood with the etched of a stag, and she leads you down another series of shelves, and she points to a symbol with it's the family sigil. The flaming stag.
Do they have like a shelf of books? Is there a
Yes.
case for them? Is there
There's shelves. And she just goes, take what you need and be very careful.
Of course. Thank you.
She points where she can see you. And that at the end of the hall, like end of the shelf, yeah, at the end of the column. But she can see you.
There is, you know, again, just the nod of like, okay, yep, gotcha. This is normal. This is what happened last time. Everything's fine. And she just, you know, when she nods, you know, glances over to Kian.
I suppose it's best we get started.
Only the applicable books. And she begins, yeah. I mean, not literally, but figuratively, like thumbing across the spines, trying to figure out what would apply to what they're looking for. Because there's probably a good deal here that isn't just the...
And perception, investigation, difficulty 8.
Oof.
Okay.
You do us dirty, Torna.
I mean, we were looking for a weirdly specific story about a weirdly specific person.
That you barely know anything about. Yeah, no, I'm not even sorry. You know what you did.
I do. Had to try.
Perception investigation. Was that it?
Yes.
Investigation defeat helps if I'm planning to roll in the right place.
Yes, blurring in. There we go.
All right.
Come on.
No whammy.
1 success.
Oh, he got it. I didn't get it.
Can you find it?
Maybe I found it.
Yeah, there's a probably as she has, you know, a book open in her hands that she's, you know, she treats these things very reverently. So she's like carefully turning a page and kind of like pauses and glances over. You found it? Did she?
Gives a nod and moves over with the book, putting it, you know, sort of gently sliding her book to the side.
Yeah. It gets kind of lightly lipped shut, and yeah, she'll scooch in to look at the passage or chapter or book. I'm not sure which one.
It is it is a passage as part of the records of Fianna in the early 20th century. My brain. Because it's 21st century. My brain just fucking took a shit. So it's the early 20th century, around 1909. It is the record of one known as Alyssa. She is related to the family that you found. My brain, so I'm sorry, Kate, but you have it in your notes. My brain has just died, and I'm trying to rapidly open my notes on everything.
No
It was
worries,
the
Donna.
family that you found out about at Jane's family estate.
The McCray?
The McCray, yes. Alyssa McCray.
Okay.
It was said that she vanished into the Deep Umbra and was never heard from again. The Red Stag personally took up a mission to go looking for the remnants of the Alyssa McCray and her pack, following the disappearance of the last of the McCray line in the early 1980s.
Do we get anything about did I miss like her auspice, her pack? Any information about her besides her name?
She was there. She was much like the last of the McCray line, a Theurge, and her pack consisted of pretty the standard all auspice. You know what I mean? Like Arun, Ragabash, Philolox, Galliard. She was the Theurge. In fact, her name, Alyssa McCray, is the anglicized version of Ashley McCray. For Cian, that is the last guru of the McCray line that vanished.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Then my last question, if it's in there, is what were they going into the Deep Umbra for? Does it say anything about what their mission was?
No, they didn't go into the Deep Umbra. They were looking for signs of her. She vanished. Nobody knows why they went in there. The Red Stag even couldn't find out why. There's like one or two handwritten notes going, no trace of sign or anything. Gone. The last they were seen is heading towards the cliffs areas. They found the castle, which he claimed and restored in the late 60s, early 70s. But no trace or sign of anything. Not on these records, anyway. And unfortunately, the records that could be in his hall, well, they're gone, considering what was in there. But this was once a McCray estate that he brought over to McNamara, and like it was shared essentially because they had close ties. And then they were gone. It's reported as well, because you got the success you needed. He did consultation with Ashley McCray.
So what she was
really?
Or like an advisor?
He consulted her expertise as a Theurge on the matter. Because she, had obviously ties to the family land and the family. You know what I mean? Like out of pretty much like what you would see typically what a Fianna would do if they're investigating old family homes that wasn't his own. He would try and he of course consulted a member of the family bloodline. All due and proper procedure. But the name appears again, Raz. Ashley McRae.
It does.
And a description of Ashley McRae as well.
Pray tell.
Red of hair, pale skin, haunting green eyes.
There's a bit of a blue screen moment. It's the only thing I can say. It's this sort of like finishing the page, Kian just stares. Like he's trying to burn a hole through the table.
And Maeve's doing kind of the squint, trying to put two and two together with the things that she has seen and heard. And finally, she does kind of point out that that castle, up, where it says, this it was at one point a McRae estate. She kind of sets her finger there, kind of glances over to Kian. When we were reading notes from The Alchemist, it said that the castle disappeared, lost to time, swallowed by the sea. Do you think it's a different one than this one?
I'm going to pull you back on this. He's talking about what the castle that's mentioned here is the one you went with Fiona to. The Red Stag's personal castle.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're talking about in this.
So utterly different location.
Utterly different. I'm putting that in there now.
Thank you.
Because that is, at no point was the other castle on the sea mentioned. He just restored, it was originally McRae and McNamara, and the Red Stag restored it to proper function. And used it as his own personal base of operations, following the disappearance of the McRae bloodline 10 years before the rebellion.
Yeah, it's just in that case, she's just kind of knitting her brow, like, it's essentially that, wait a minute.
I keep coming across this name. Taps.
We do. And if I didn't know about the ghost, I know exactly what I would be thinking. So glance aside. I know things can be created by very distinct moments, very intense feelings. But how could she make something like that?
I don't know.
Do you think that's her? I mean, I'm not going to make you roll for the you know the delicacy of the phrasing. She says her. She doesn't
Yeah.
mean the ghost.
Yeah. It feels like it is.
And we need something that was hers. She'll actually lean back over to glance again to see in the description if there's any sort of thing that she like. We have at least one item that was from long after this event, but I mean that's assuming she thinks it's the right person. But any mention of how she used to dress or something, she always carried like a signature
Nope.
of a sort.
Nope.
Well, poopy.
You only got so many successes.
I got one.
Exactly.
Bless you, Kian, for being the guy who got the success.
Exactly. So, gotta deal with it.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it.
I mean, if it's the same person. There are things of hers that are being studied, but wouldn't it have to be from before? For a shade from then to recognize it, to bond with it. To be willing to be bound to it.
I honestly don't know.
I mean, the castle's been utterly demolished at this point. And everything that ever came out of it. Thanks. Was cleansed. All the old things. And they just fell apart.
Things fall between the cracks. If this is the best way, it's worth a try.
I don't know how we're going to find something that she'll recognize. Something that's trapped in the past. Wouldn't recognize things from the now.
Something old.
Something old.
And that
Something old tied to her, tied to her family, tied to that place. I mean, she's tied to that place.
I say we give it a look.
Yeah, she kind of rubs her lip a bit. And, kind of fishes through her swag, makes sure she has, there's the little kind of like compact style containers that she has that, like when she makes the war paint, that's what she mixes them in. So she like flips through to make sure she has an empty one in there. Kind of nods. I guess if all else fails, I have an idea.
We'll make do.
Something, but yeah.
Yeah, Kane puts the book back.
Yeah, she nods and picks up the one she had been looking at and very carefully reshelves it exactly where she got it from.
Torna, could I
Mhm.
roll to see if there is any books regarding the McRae line in general?
That would have to get you permission to be able to look for them. You see,
Hmm.
that's it. You can see. Oh, you can see old bloodlines, but that's a different section entirely.
Darn it.
And like, here's the point that like Keen, especially because this is your area of expertise. These records
Yeah.
are only going to get you so much because if it had the information you were looking for, they would have found it already. You could get the baseline, but that's kind of the ticking part of this.
Hmm.
The only way you're probably going to find out more is finding it there itself.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, once they've put the things back, there'll be like just a last glance down the bindings to see if anything just stands out. But barring that, then we'll go ahead and cut short their time. She'll, give Eve a little gesture to let her know they're done. She knows she
Oh yeah,
really sit there a whole hour.
oh yeah. Eve checks her watch and puts it back in like in her jacket and leads you back out again.
Yep. She will, do the polite thank her for her time, but very quickly, she and Kian will be out of the library because they're creating tension. And the best thing they can do is just quickly and politely take themselves out.
Yep.
And yeah, it's out the door and straight off of the property because you know what? Let's just give that some space.
Oh, there's nobody there when you come out. There's no signs of travelers. There's no signs of anything. It's very quiet, actually.
Oh, no.
Let's go get Kira.
Yeah. Kane moves to.
Go to collect the
Kira
arrow.
went. Yeah.
Stop in to have a quick word with Nessa after, probably.
Kira's waiting outside the dining hall. She didn't you guys didn't really tell her where to meet you, so when you weren't at the training ground, she just fuck it. They'll know to find me here if I'm not there.
Oh yeah. I
Hmm.
mean, sooner or later, I assume Gian's just sticking close. But yeah, she'll give her the wave. Essentially, we're here. Come join us. But we'll go ahead to head inside to have a quick word with the worm foe before they go off sept.
Oh yeah, you walk in. There's Nessa.
Evening, right?
You need me for something.
Only to seek your blessing in going to collect the spirit that I'll need to find a Talon to help us in the tunnels.
I see. Leans forward, looking at you.
I'm only taking 2 others with me. It is meant to be a very quick, very precise.
Where are you going?
We'll be going to the old castle. There's apparently a bane there that's been reforming that's tied to the place.
Nod. I've heard the reports. Very well.
And yeah, I will have Kian McNamara and what is Kira's last name? Ooh. And Kira Finnerty with me.
Do you think these will be enough?
They said it was a fairly small, just very intense little spirit. Yes.
That's what Chris and Fionn said.
I mean, she has faith in the 2 of them.
Unless I've misunderstood the reports or if it's the only hostile spirit of any
It's a
note.
yes or no question, Maeve. She just stares at you blankly. Like, answer me.
Yes. Will be enough, right?
Good. Then go do it.
Thank you,
Bring
right?
me results.
Yes, right.
Yeah, she just looks back down at the map.
That's the disengage. She goes ahead and politely steps out of the office, rejoins the other 2.
All right, we have the Wormfo's blessing.
Good.
All right.
Don't suppose either of you has a car to get us any closer.
Kira shakes her head.
I'm afraid not.
We've walked it before. We'll walk it again.
Well, maybe
It's
we'll need
good for the
to
lungs.
try it.
It's good for the lungs.
It is a long way away. Drove there
Oh.
the last time. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I assumed one of you could drive.
Hey, Kira will offer. If we could borrow somebody's car, I could drive. Or borrow a car from the SEP, maybe?
Arthur has a car.
It's a glance.
My kinfolk. Oh, I did. Wait, did I fuck that up? No, I didn't.
You're
Oh, you
right.
didn't.
She just has only met your kinfolk like a handful of times.
Yeah, no, I just got like, wait, did I just mix up Arthur with Arthur?
Your kinfolk has a car. Yes, we're gonna play the
Yeah.
song and dance.
Yeah.
If there's a car, you can drive. As long as one of you has a drive score, you can make it.
Yes, we-
Walking is not an option. It is too far away.
Okay.
You drove there the last time. You drove and actually had got out and jogged padded off the rest of the way over towards it, if I remember
That's
correctly.
right. Yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I assume Kira has a drive score.
Yes.
As long as you have a drive score, we're going to play that game of you can go and do it.
Thank you.
Because otherwise you're crashing.
I would like to not crash.
Kian has a drive score. He just likes Arthur to drive him around.
He's just lazy. So you come up onto the road, you get out and follow the same path. And you come up onto, well, it looks much like this.
Oh, that's lovely.
There you go, see?
Hmm.
Like, it's clean. There's a lot of, like, in the Tellurian, it just has this permanent eerie silence to it. There's no birds singing. There's no nothing. It may have been cleansed, but spirits stay away in the end. Probably because there was such evil here for such a long time.
Makes a lot of sense. It will take time for that to balance back out.
In the Tellurian, it's even creepier because it's just silence. No wind, no animal noises. Just rubbles and ruin. The pathways to the village is
Yeah.
still there, but just the place is just decimated.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like here. Itchy a rune head is on her hatchet.
Hmm.
All right, let's get as close
Well,
as we can, and then I'll check things on the other side, and then we step over.
sounds good.
Okay, there's a nod and then a nudge because take point, Arun. Let's go.
Yep.
So how close are you getting before you cross into the Umbra? Are you going to cross over while you're in there, or what are you doing?
Maeve will probably get out the mirror, and depending on how difficult it is, we'll.
It's not difficult. It's like 4.
Okay,
It's the countryside, not the city.
so probably as they get there, take a glance. You said it's just bare. So probably get.
It's like it's dead. There's dead spirits hanging around, but they hang around the top parts of the rubble. One or 2 small things, but no animal spirits in the fucking slightest. A couple of pain spirits too.
I'd say about time we're coming up to the actual castle. She'll take another glance.
Oh yeah, come up to that old church path.
Hmm.
That's utterly destroyed looking. It's even worse. We need to get it. But there's always a creepy vibe to this place. I'm not gonna lie, it's the silence, if anything. There's no anything here anymore.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Once we hit about that point where things start getting big and fancy, she'll take the good look
It's
across.
not even,
Oh,
things aren't even big and fancy anymore, Maeve. They're like I said, you guys reduced this place to rubble nearly. There's broken bits of buildings.
well, true.
It's, like there's no big and fancy anymore. That doorway that you went in is cordoned off because you collapsed it.
Yeah.
It's just rubble.
You know
Look,
what? I'm curious. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
When she does, essentially where it would have gotten big before, she will take a look. And my question was essentially like, is it just as destroyed on the other side? Is it even more scorched earth, like just reduced flat
Yep.
on the other side?
Pretty much, more or less. There's shadows of the old echoes there. You guys were thorough. You said specifically you don't want any trace of this anymore.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea maybe.
No.
Well, do I have an idea? Damn it, I don't know how this works. I keep forgetting I haven't used this ever, which is why I
what's your
think it might
idea?
be time to use it. My idea is to use my I think I have it here. Come on. No, all of them. Thank God. Oh, give me one sec. So the Red Stag Rebellion happened. She disappeared 10 years before that.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Okay, so I'm just getting it. I don't know if this is how it works or if I'm fucking it up, but his ancestor, Dot's an ancestor ally. Merit, not Merit. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Merit.
What are you trying to do?
I am trying a bit of a hint of intuition to where to look.
Are you consulting your ancestors? Is that what you're doing, buddy? Pal? Friend? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
You don't get your ancestor ally for this. Rolled it. You're not consulting your ancestor ally, are you? Oh.
Yes, I'll roll it. Is it just the 3 dice?
Just 3 dice? I'm not going to tell you your diff.
Wait, give me a sec. Oh God, I want to sneeze. Oh. Oh, sweet Lord, have
I'm
mercy. Oh. He's so itchy. Okay. I'm not gonna. Oh, dear Lord, it's like somebody. No, it's not even funny now, guys. It's like somebody's poured itching powder on my nose. It's so itchy. Oh, okay, there we go.
You okay there, Raz?
I barged. Oh, you have no. Oh, Katie doesn't know. Oh, we are fucked, Katie.
Somebody let
Yes.
Kira back in. Kira's
Okay.
not in the building. Somebody let her back in.
There we go. Sorry, I had to stand up for just a second. Oh,
Yeah.
you did, Potch. Why would you do that? You're gonna die. Oh, I'm so ready.
No. Yeah.
It's a bot.
It's a botch. It could have been anything. It had 3 chances to be anything, actually.
You said you have an ancestor ally, so you actually had a pretty good shot.
I didn't say his answer.
I don't have.
Now,
I have something
what I
else,
said.
Katie.
I bet you do. With your bloodline? Bet you do.
So,
The merit and the flaw. Just for this knowledge, I just
like I said, Keen, You get to be quiet now.
Yeah.
So, Keen, before I turn to the ladies, before I have a wonderful conversation with them, such a wonderful conversation we're going to have. Ian McNamara.
Yes.
So you're craning your head around, looking around, walking along, trying to remember all these old things. You do see a church back, like, there was an entrance to a church, an entrance to Noble House, and
Mm.
you see the church entrance, which is not as destroyed as some of the others. You know what I mean? It's being cleansed, yes, but it seems to have more or less some parts of the outer gate. And as you reach up and touch it, that's when you just hear the, "Look what they've done to us."
He immediately
It's
spins
just-
around.
Oh yeah, Keen, as your spins around you. Oh, there he is. Reduced us to nothing but rubble and ash. Lapdogs, carrying you around the Magtag Manor like a monkey in a cage. There was a time when they requested my presence deliberately to come to the manor. Out of desperation and need.
You took that from us.
You could say that, Keen. Or you could say that I merely did what was necessary to further the true goal. He catches you by the throat and just lifts you up. And now
Yeah.
I am to correct the mistake. And Kian, he opens his mouth and it goes, "Whoa," swallows you whole. As your psyche and his become one for a brief period of time, as you are exposed to horror. Visions are too fast to see, too fast to comprehend, but you see the horror of the worm, of the butchery, of the carnage, of the red stag. Maeve, Hira. Keen is standing there looking up at the church. He kind of lets in the breath, like, looking around, like, cracking his neck, doing the, rolls his shoulders a bit.
I mean, Mabel glance away from the mirror she's pulled out, like, you okay? And I mean, honest concern. This place holds a lot of history for him. She's seen Chris get wigged before. Maybe he's going to get the same wiggins.
He turns back, looks over. Oh, yes. Just remembering old footsteps, that is all. No need to worry about me. This way. I think there's a passage.
You know where she is?
No, but I trust the passage. The passage is often the best thing to apply yourself to find, wouldn't you think?
Where does it end up?
If I was to guess, this is an old reliquary. If you're looking for a spirit, as you say, the oldest memories of things are stored here.
And, well, I mean, it's Kian. So, like, there's a bit of a knit of a brow, like, oh, okay. You seem to feel keen to take initiative.
He's very like, oh yeah, no, this way, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like there's even a nod from Kira. Like, yeah, that makes sense.
Does it make sense to take a passage when we don't know if she'll be there? But I mean, yeah, sure. Let's check it out. If you've got
What are you afraid of? This place has been cleaned. And if we face the worm, then we shall face it, won't we?
Yeah, that's but where she gives the side tip of like, you right, okay. It's just nuts. Yeah. Okay.
Now, please, if the lady may go first, so I can keep some form of politeness.
Yeah, Kira will actually step like Kira will she steps forward like and looks to Maeve. Right, if you don't mind, maybe I should take point.
Yep.
Just in case we do find the spirit and she is
Yep. You're first. I'll go in the middle.
So yeah, it's a small, narrow little passageway. It's awkward. You can't scoot. You got to do a little wiggle, butt wiggle to get through sometimes.
Mhm.
Maybe because it's collapsed. That's probably the reason why it's collapsed. Like it's not that it's ominously. It's a trap. It's just it's being collapsed.
No, the most Maeve is trying to do is kind of like trying to keep track if they make turns, just so she can try to get a rough idea of like where they might kind of maybe be. But I mean, they're in a tunnel in the dark.
What you end up is, well, you recognize that. You recognize where you end up out of.
Isn't that where we fought the thing?
Yep.
Do we come out of the hole in the floor?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was about to say, don't rush my descriptions. Sorry. Because otherwise you don't get any.
No.
Yeah, Kira lands down first. Crunch.
Yeah, she looks down.
I would say the skeletons are scattered everywhere. They're no longer in the neat spiral they were then. There's the crunch from the floor, the viscera.
Just immediate regret looking down.
Something big came out of this. Something big. And that's a lot of skulls, Kira.
What happened here? Oh, this is. Oh, some of this is still swishy.
It's just, there's a nervous glance as Maeve is following and kind of like puts a finger to her lips. Essentially, the let's. Pardon, I had to sneeze. The kind of the let's keep it like not shushing her entirely, just the let's keep it down kind of to the lips. And I mean, as we get to that point, I assume Maeve can look up and get an idea of where they are.
Yes.
So yeah, she gets a glance around and just, we found a massive, I guess technically, a Fomori here. Yeah, she winces and is kind of doing that. Like, I really don't want to step on a skull. That seems kind of fucked up and disrespectful.
What's odd as well, I'll get back to Keen in a second. We'll get back to real Keen.
Mm-hmm.
Kian steps out and lands just boom. Like, I mean, he fucking jumped down and boom. That confident stride.
There's the wince. Like, oh.
He didn't even look down, Maeve. Skulls crush under his boots and he just keeps walking.
Yeah, the urge to comment is there, but truth be told, if he's going to keep walking and not give them time to ponder on it, she's just going to be like, oh, don't leave me behind, Jesus.
Yeah, yeah, Kira will follow after. One, yeah.
He takes point everything. He just keeps going. He doesn't give a fuck. Just starts walking.
Yeah.
Like for comedic purposes, yes, the link is soon, but I'm gonna put it like this: Keen is striding like a man on a fucking mission. That is a different level of confidence. Just boom.
So first off, it's for Kira's sake, there was a massive Fomori, a tangle of bodies. It took 2 packs and a massive boon from a storm spirit to handle it. And as Kian just kind of keeps going, like he is a man on a mission. There's finally the glance ahead as she kind of scampers a couple steps to not get left behind. Have you been here before? I didn't think you'd ever been to this place.
Looks over his shoulder. Why would I allow small inconsistencies and weaknesses to impede me from my greater goal, my lady?
I just mean you seem to really know where you're going. I didn't think you'd ever even seen this place.
He kind of tilts his head.
I am confident that we are on the correct path. If confidence unnerves you, stay behind me, and I'll make sure that it does not swallow you whole.
He just turns and starts moving.
Kira looks to Maeve like,
What the? Oh!
what? Like, what? Like she doesn't say it. She just mouths, what?
Yeah, her mouth works a little bit, but she just because Jesus, Kian, fucking bold. Are you? She's not getting left behind. She does not just stop or anything. No, she kind of like has a second of like, what? Oh, and then no, don't wait. Kian, are you feeling okay?
Keen, are you feeling okay?
Step. My conviction has never been stronger.
Oh, okay.
As we you come down a small hallway again, out onto you climb out essentially. Now you're on the upper, like now you're here essentially.
Oh,
And Keen is still marching, heading up the steps.
yeah. She just kind of like scrambles up out. Gestures Kira like the come on, and fucking
Yeah. Like Kira's keeping like pretty, like she's trying to keep a pretty steady pace.
Man, I think this
He's
might
eating hole after hole after hole. Like he's just going. Sorry, man. What were you saying?
She just, as they go up to the second story, it's just a whole. I didn't think there was this much still standing. As they're going past halls, and she's like, I thought this shit was flat. Oh God.
Maybe we should slow down a bit.
I mean, a lot of it is caved in. You know what I mean? There are. It's definitely broken. Like it'll never be like a full structural building again. There are parts that you can climb to. Like he's jumping to one of the other sections. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like the worst he's gonna get is the weight up when there's like a large jump or a significantly difficult little bit of climbing. Where she needs a boost from Kira
Yeah.
or whatever.
But, like,
have you.
You get sold in no uncertain terms to quicken your fucking pace. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's a command. Like, keep up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's said with such confident authority that, like, I'm not gonna lie, Keen's so reserved and quiet. It is a character change, but it is said with such conviction and authority. That's the scary part about it. It's like Nessa talking to you. You know what I mean? Keep up.
Like there's even like a whoa moment from Kira because like we kind of agreed on staying together and who was going to be taking point in this earlier.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when he finally steps, essentially the keep up, but there's like she kind of pauses before making that particular jump, and it's like, Kian, confidence is good, but caution is good too. Give us a chance to keep up. It's not like she's going anywhere.
You know that look at the picture Kian has? You know what I mean? Yeah, that picture, that look right there, man.
I see that look.
That is what you get as he turns and starts walking. It is the most malevolent, like, the fuck you say to me? You know what I mean? And he keeps moving. Like, bitch, did I stutter? Do you know what I mean? It's that. You know what I mean?
You know, Maeve is pretty understanding and pretty forgiving, but that is look.
That was a look. That
The
was,
token
that was-
McNamara stare she can take all day, but that was not the token stare. That was outright
It's not even.
malicious.
It's not even outright. He's not being haughty. It's the look of what did you just fucking say? You know what I mean? And then he doesn't get aggressive. He doesn't leap back over and smack you. He doesn't do anything. But it's left with such intensity, such pointed intensity. Like it is. The eyes are even more crazed and more fanatical. Like he locks eyes with you dead on, to the point where you feel like he just read your fucking soul and found it disposable. And then just kept walking.
Torna,
Mm-hmm.
a question.
Sure.
You know, because we're going around having we're having to make like alternate pathways because some of this building is collapsed and we couldn't necessarily go the way. Like how unstable do things look?
Decent.
Like okay.
Like, Krynos is a bad idea. Krynos is
All
a
right.
bad idea. In these times, Krynos is a bad idea. You'll fall. You break the whole fucking column. Glabro you can get away with, but you'd be sweating. Hobbit, you're probably best for Lupus. Maybe. Like, you'd be sweating in heavier forms. You'd be sweating big time. He's doing this in Hobbit. He's not changing forms. But yeah, he you know, Maeve's like, Keen, you know, does all this, you know, genuine, like, Maeveness. I mean, I'll put it like this, Maeve. You get left with the most withered, like, he looks at you like he looks like I'll put like better context. He looked at you like he's looking at a menace who is falling behind. That for Kira as well. That he looked like her like she's a fucking menace and was told like, right, I can't keep up, and he just gave the most withering.
Like that is not cool.
And he just turns and keeps moving. Doesn't even acknowledge Kira because it keeps going into the darkness.
Kian. Kian?
Keep up.
Where are we going? She's actually stopped.
We're moving upwards. If this bane or whatever it is congulating, as you hear step, 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 you know what I mean?
Kian.
It will be heading towards the inner sanctums.
What makes you so certain?
Clearly, American, you have never been to a castle.
How do you even know where the Kian, come back?
Step, step. He's getting further and further away.
Okay, so she's
If we
agitated.
said that clearly, American, you've never been to a castle. Step.
Yeah,
step,
that's
step.
like ooh, like she gives Maeve a look.
No, that's you know what? The fact that he keeps moving, she does finally take off and move after him. It is not to keep up. She's gonna go and try to like get a hold of like his arm, like catch up and snag his arm, like Kian, like seriously, look at me.
So before we get to this, as the girls left, like, but senpai, why? No, I'm kidding. Keen McNamara, you, big man, have been swirling in the horror of the Red Stag, the rebellion, the fires. You see it all, every aspect of it, but it moves in such speed and flashes and aggression. It's hard to pick out individual moments, but it leaves just the most uncomfortable sense of sadism, violence, cruelty, and fanaticism that you have ever witnessed. And eventually you just hear
You know, Keen, it would be so easy. I may act all haughty towards these ladies, but that girl with the red, her blood is pure. Convicted pureness. I wonder, Keen, does it not fill your mind what you could be capable of?
She's stronger than that.
Is she? Are you? Because
I
you know,
won't
Keen,
let you them.
I once told myself that I was strong enough to resist the temptation of the worm. Then, when I looked into those amber eyes, I realized I had been told the greatest lie of my life. And I wonder, Keen, do you look into her eyes and wonder the same thing? Maybe I should make you
Weak.
weak. Me weak. Oh, Keen, you're only beginning to see my legacy.
Yeah, Kane is
Time.
desperately trying to focus. It's
Oh, it's
difficult.
hard.
But
It's hard. Just a roaring, screaming death and screaming flames and begging and her. Like, you see the person that Chris was on about, her being dragged and drained of her blood, and how keen it is. The deaths of Myrn's family, the deaths of the people at the Sept, it is awe-inspiring. And eventually it ends with someone being sacrificed on top of a castle, on the walls. As you look down together, you and the Blood Queen. Oh, Keen, you feel so. That's the unnerving part. It's not Keen feeling this. You feel him. Power. Pure power.
it
But
does
you do
feel
feel his
good,
death.
doesn't it?
You do feel you feel his death as well. You feel the lifeblood rush out of you. But the power.
Can I roll something?
What are you rolling?
I'm rolling willpower.
Do it.
It's that moment that he looks down with the blood and fire and power.
And here, Keen, because you successfully got a willpower roll, that is what you see in the distance. That is what you're standing and staring at out of the red haze. The castle. Now, Keen.
Does he recognize it?
No, but it matches the description of it's on the sea. The castle on the sea. But Keen, I'm going to get you to make another willpower roll. Let's see if you can force your way through the memories. But For now, Keen, we're going to go back to the ladies. So you were desperately running to catch up with Keen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kira's keeping pace with Maeve.
Yeah, maybe finally, like, she picks up the pace. Must have heard him out or something, but no, she picks it up and no, she's running up so that she can snag him, by the arm, like that above the elbow. Like, she doesn't have the force to, like, really put any pain into it or, like, drag him to a stop, but it's the grab and the pull. Kian,
He turns.
You didn't grow up on this sept. How do you know where everything is here?
I don't, but they have similar designs in Tri-Spiral. It's an ovular shape to defend your enemies against. He points around, does a little circle with motion with his hand. If we are to rout out these heretics, we need to move.
Rat out.
I am sorry for my crassness, but I will not let my family's legacy be one of weakness and dust.
I don't think weakness was ever the issue.
That is your opinion, milady.
Just
He doesn't say that nastily. It's just, but that's your, you know what I mean?
You don't exactly have a time limit here, Kian. She's not going anywhere. We'll get there. Just. You're kind of freaking me out. Okay? You've never looked
Apologies.
like that or talked to me like that.
Apologies. But this, as you can imagine, my lady, is incredibly personal.
I know. Just don't get lost in it.
Maeve, he like puts his hand on your face and just run. And for Keen, you feel that sensation of what the Red Sag is doing. Like for Keen, while he's trying to discern this image, and he's trying to. It's like he's tempting you. Like, hey, Keen, don't fucking look at that. Look what I'm doing now. You know what I mean? Taunting you. As he puts his hand on Maeve's face and does that, like, it's suddenly very warm and very like appreciative.
And you know what? I mean, Maeve doesn't know any better. It's weird, but again, she saw Christopher have to go back to somewhere. So again, maybe he's just kind of losing it. So just a small nod, like, okay, just don't. Here, she actually shifts her hand down to take his. Let's just take it together and not get lost, okay?
We probably should slow our pace a bit, if only because the building is not in the best condition, and well, if one of us falls and gets injured, we would have to stop and go back.
What's this?
Hold on, Arun. Lead forward.
And I totally understand why she's muted. So yeah, Maeve will nod along, like, you know what, good idea. You get back in front. We'll take this at a more realistic pace. And dude, I am just gonna keep a hold of this hand to make sure you don't suddenly, I don't know, get something and take off in a direction or leave us behind.
And Maeve, you come over to remember this. It's like half broken down, like slowly decaying. Remember that altar?
Yes. Is that the one? This was where Seamus and I had the vision, wasn't it?
No, it was not. This is one where you spotted the pale eye the first time.
Oh.
You can see loosely hanging off the wall. In tatters, but there it is.
How you feeling, Maeve?
I mean, she doesn't love it, and Kian, air quotes, could tell she slows down a little. Like she's keeping the grip on his hand, so when she kind of not full bulks at the doorway, but it's like I'm gonna take this one step at a time, and you're hanging back with me. God damn it! No, it's the
And
hand.
for Maeve, I'll get back to Keen in a minute, but Kian,
Maeve gets her hand taken. He squeezes. Do not be frightened to look at it. I learned that a long time ago. Instead, focus your attention on looking at it, so it does not no longer frighten you.
She does glance over because again, it's the reflex. Even though the McNamara's are impossible to read, it's the glance over to look at his expression. Not that it would in fact be kind of weird if he had a real expression, but she glances all the same.
I think that's the look he has.
Ian, are you sure you're okay?
Would you be all right, lady?
No. Just
Then I am functional.
so licks her lips and gives the hand a bit of a squeeze. Just okay. All right.
He just starts walking in with you to get closer towards it.
Like specifically the banner or the altar?
Yeah.
Banner.
He's not going near the altar just yet.
You can hear. I'll put it like this, Maeve. You can hear like wisping noises down in the distance. You're probably close to the target.
You know what I mean? But he's looking at the banner.
It's
Keen,
not-
did you roll me that willpower? By the way.
Ooh.
Oh, go ahead, Maeve.
Yeah, he pulls her towards the banner, like, don't be afraid of it. It's just a banner. You just get, desensitize yourself, essentially. And she glances over at it again. It's not as bad as when it's looking back.
He reaches his hand out, puts a hand on it.
She gives a glance, just, again, up at the face. That same new version of his stare.
Mm-hmm.
Probably shouldn't. She gives the hand she's got a little bit of a tug.
What did you say? That was way too low for me to get.
We probably shouldn't. As she, gives a little tug, even though like her dead reflex is almost always to reach out and touch things she shouldn't. But watching him do it is way more distressing.
It has no hold over me.
Do you see anything?
Only the wrath that is will be coming for them.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, you're holding his hand, so he lifts your hand and Breed pushes your hand to touch it as well.
There's initially some tension, but she reaches out and touches shit all the time. So there's essentially not like strong resistance, just hesitance. But it's
So is that So you do that, Maeve, right? And you don't feel anything. You feel just the vibrating, powerful presence of Kia behind you. You know what I mean? You can feel the conviction of him. Whatever he's said, I mean, your interpretation is whatever wrath he's about to instill in these worm enemies will be monumental. You know what I mean?
He's
You know what I
really
mean?
feeling his shit against the remnants right now. And you know what? Whew, we'll talk about this afterwards.
But for Kian, you hear the whisper in your ear, and just like that, she begins to embrace my faith. Do you see how easy it is, Kian? And for Kian, as he's speaking, you get to see the castle in more clear detail, the landscape. You head up along and you see the cliffs further down, moving along, up past the great stone steps. We are rushing through these vast quantities of memory along intricate little pathways. And in the distance, you can see an island, a castle on the sea, looking over the island. Hidden in the fog, deep in the fog. But you're snapped out of it when you're trying to get the proper location because, well, let's be real, Keen. You can see his your eyes train back and you see what he's talking about. Maeve holding his hand, gripping onto him.
No.
Touching the
no.
of the red stag. How does Keen feel? Because you're
Panic.
starting to fight back a bit.
It's panic rising. It's an out of body experience in every sense of the fucking word, but in the bad ones. Is being that forcefully ejected out of your own skin.
Now, Keen, you hear, and so, Keen, my bloodline. Tell me. Should I bring her to that altar? Should I give her over? I think I should. I have a certain lady that I have longed to feel again. And I do need a daughter, Keen. Or perhaps I'll make a new queen.
I'm gonna take a rage and roll that rage.
All right, Keen, roll it.
More for role-playing purpose. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're supposed to fail these. So,
Oh, no. It's very good that you did. So, Keen, you two are standing on the beach of that castle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are facing off against each other. The rage spurs something where you draw your blade and you're facing against him with a blade.
Yeah.
Now, let me just switch pictures real quick. And we'll get back to Maeve, but we're going to have some dialogue first, and then we'll do the Kian duel. But we'll get back to Maeve and Kira. I want to make sure everybody is involved in this. But as you square off... combat. You used to fight me, you Keen. Fight for your prize. Is that so?
I won't let you hurt anyone else. Already dead.
Oh,
Just stay that way.
well then, finish me then if you can and become me, Keenan McNamara.
He puts his blade into a guard stance.
May I borrow something, Torna?
Wait.
Yep.
What are you going to borrow?
Y'all remember that scene from The Last Jedi? Because that's the run up the Kian does. Across the
So,
sand.
We will do some camera switching as Keen and the Red Stag. We'll roll, just give me a quick initiative roll, Keen. Let's see if you determine to go first.
Yep.
And then we'll get back to you in a bit. Dex plus wits. Just keep it in Hamid. Let's keep it
Yep.
simple.
Dex wits.
Keep it in Hamid. Keep your Hamid initiative,
Yep.
but add your Krynos like Krynos pools, essentially. That's the only way we're doing this. So
Yep.
back to
Fucking do it.
Maeve. You glance over. You have to wonder, don't you, that they rely on power to corrupt your perspective.
And it's funny, she's actually, once she's touched it and there isn't immediately something that happens, yeah, she actually displays the fingers on the fabric, like, oh, well, shit. But she glances over. What do you mean?
Fear is an effective motivator to shield yourself away from something rather than face it and conquer it. You'll never be truly free if you live in fear of it, will you?
I mean, if it's... I guess it depends on the fear.
The primal fear you feel now. And what's Kira doing, by the way, throughout all this?
All right. So, Kian and Maeve are having their little moment over there. What else? I mean, there's the altar. What else is in this room?
You can see another passageway that's leading further down.
Is there that same eerie silence?
There's like a wispy noise, like something's kind of moving along. It's like something's floating. Like it's like bits of clothing are catching off bits of broken wood and all that. But it's not like something's marching around, but it's just kind of ethereal, like wispy, like.
Could I get a perception roll to see if I can discern what direction that noise is coming from?
You won't need to. It's coming from that passageway further past the altar.
Okay. So, Kira and Maeve are doing, or Kian and Maeve are doing their thing. Kira will, like, pointedly, fairly protectively insert herself between them and that passage.
You can see it in the distance. You see something. Another broken room, shadowy figure, and you see this, like a glimpse of this ethereal lady with that kind of ethereal ghost white hair just floating along.
She'll reach out. She'll actually reach out, put a hand on Maeve.
Yeah, you walk back over, put a hand on Maeve. It's like there's an abrupt turn.
Yeah, it's you know what? Just for the sake of carrying it along, she's like, it's not like I'm afraid of the dark, Kian. And then suddenly the hand touching, there's the whips around like, Jesus, this was not the moment to make me look like a bitch. Kind of quick turn.
And then I hate to interrupt whatever it is you two are doing here, but we are not alone. And she'll gesture with her head in the direction of that hallway.
You know what? Just because it makes it that much worse. She jerks her head in the direction, and Maeve turns to glance to Kian, and there's finally a faint smile, and it's like, you're right.
I hear.
How was?
Mommy, I think Robbie and I looks like if they were watching sleep.
And there's finally kind of the glance around the room. The downside of pushing in so quickly is we didn't find anything.
Perhaps we should search around here before we step in.
Just she does glance to that exit, glances to Kira. Let's just stay clear of that entrance. Make sure she doesn't see us. At least until we're ready.
There's a nod in the affirmative. What exactly are we looking for?
Anything that looks like it could have been a personal belonging. Something that would hold value to her. Think of any movie or TV show you've ever watched where a ghost is attached to an item. We want to find something that she would be attached to, so that binding her becomes easier. It's something she wants to be attached to.
There's a nod from Kira.
Glance back to Keen. Kelly?
Indeed. I'll follow your lead.
He gets to watch her kind of ease up a little. Because as he downplays the intensity, okay. It was just, it was just a thing. It was fine. Makes excuses for him. Calms down a bit. And yeah, okay, we're back on track. Cool.
All right, Keen, land your first strike.
Okay.
Go first.
Yeah, as he lets out a yell and just charges over the sand. It is Dex. So you said I was going to add my Krynos things?
Yep.
Okay, so it's 5, 4, 7 D10s.
Do your damage. He knocks away 2 successes.
Okay, so what is the damage with a broadsword?
Plus.
I have...
My brain.
Moment.
Let me get my shit.
Broadsword?
Mm-hmm.
Diff 6.
It's plus
Strength
4, isn't it? Oh, 3.
Strength plus 3,
Plus
and then
3.
it's plus 1 damage if used two-handed, so it would be plus 4 if you're using it two-handed.
Yeah.
Strength plus 4 plus successes.
Yes.
So that's 2 successes plus my Krynos strength, which is 7, so that's 9.
Plus 4.
Plus 4. 15.
13. Okay, there we go.
Brain.
Roll 13 d10s. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Soaks 3 of it. Yeah, you wing him. This ethereal black blood whips out
Yeah.
of him as he just smiles. Good, Keen. Good. Hit me again. Strike me. Feed me. Maeve. As he kind of, you're searching along. Like Kira and you were searching along, you're not really finding anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's a limited room. Like Kira's probably up examining the altar, trying to see what she can see if there's any symbolism there. You're probably examining along the earth, like one of the more side things. And Keen, like you see him, he kind of puts his hand against the wall, and you just see a wince on his face, like that.
It's a glance back. And ironically, it glanced towards his hand where you set it on the wall. Like, is there, essentially did you get a fucking something? What's wrong?
It's just a intense feelings. Though.
It's a very sympathetic look.
Feel free to take a minute. We can look around.
Would you mind? He kind of extends his hand.
She reaches out for it.
He just puts his hand on yours, making sure you're real.
Are you seeing?
Just gives him a quiet nod.
Yeah, she just gives a little squeeze of the hand.
Here. Kira's here.
Yeah, I mean, Kira will entirely will me. There's the gentle hand on his shoulder. You're stronger than this, Kian. We're here.
Glances over. Yes. Yes, I am. I did see something down that way, though. He points to the back behind you. It looked like something crawling behind us. I was not sure if it was real or not.
Kira gives a turn.
I can watch the other door for a second.
Yeah, I'll give a look.
Yeah, the little nod. She gives a hold of Kian's hand, though she'll take a glance towards the way that she knows the spirit is. Just like, okay, are you staying? All right. You're not in here, so that's all I really needed to make sure of.
So, Kira, you head out down the little passageway. Like, you see bits of Bane scurrying down under, nothing major, like little small things, but you do see a thing that's like scurrying, like making that.
Okay, so I've got 2 questions.
Mm-hmm.
Does it appear can she get a sense of what size it is in relation to like a dog,
dark,
a cat, something
not-
larger? Okay.
You reckon it's larger than a dog, but it makes it.
All right. My second question. Like you said it's scurrying. Is it leaving a trail of anything behind it?
little bit of a little bit of ichor.
Okay. Yeah, she'll venture a few cautious steps into the passageway after it.
All right. Oh, all right. So you venture, step, looking around. Where is it now? Where are you? So you turn the corner, you see this thing just doing this little like it's backed into corners, like scrunched up, like oh god, she's seen me, oh god.
On the one hand, this seems to be a trap to Kira. On the other hand, it's the Bane, and she's in a rune. What does common sense tell me?
And sense tells you that it's a bane. It's of some form of bane. It probably was spying on you. Probably was pacing you after you. It's very much not a trap, because if it was a trap, it would have happened by now.
Okay.
It's a creeper bane. Creeping. Spying. Snooping. Feeding off your energy. Being a butt. He's like, no. Oh god, like trying to scramble up the wall, like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit.
Yeah, no, Kira's just gonna move in to kill it quickly and efficiently.
It's like, oh no. But meanwhile, before we get back to Keen and the duel of Keen,
Duel of Keens.
Maeve, you're glancing at this this ethereal thing moving along. Sometimes it turns into very shadow, and then when it comes into the light, it looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
You do hear the creak of Keen's over there fucking with the door. It's like, it's not like he's deliberately trying to slam it shut, but it's like he's checking at it, does it like a test close, and just nods to himself like, all right. Kind of you can see him peering out to see where Kira's gone.
Look,
And then once
see if something's hung on the back of it. It's fine.
yeah, you see him just close over the door just very naturally, kind of glancing back over. It would be safer if she could knock. We don't know what's coming and what illusions could cast on us. If she can knock and verify who she is, then it would be safer, wouldn't it? And this way it blocks off anything else trying to sneak out. We don't have the luxury of being connected by a link. We're walking over. What do you do, Maeve?
I was muted. She's like, I mean, she clearly has reservations as he, shuts the door, and he's explaining it away, but she's like, I don't know. They like separating us. What if she gets further down the tunnel and we can't hear if something goes wrong?
Then I will do a routine check to make sure. But it is better to cover our backs as much as we're covering hers. She will be fine. She's in the room. Have a little faith.
You can definitely see the reservation. She's not utterly fighting him, but I don't know.
Just lifts her chin up so that she looks at them. Her job is to be able to manage and self-contain and retreat back when necessary.
I know. But
Trust in her, Maeve.
after what happened?
Sometimes people who doubt, you have to put them to the test. Give them the trial by fire in order to prove their faith. If you constantly hover over them, they will never become anything.
This isn't a good time.
This is
for
the time.
my fire.
This is the time to trial. This is what her job is, to fight the enemy.
Kian, there's only the three of us. If she gets into bad enough trouble, we need to be able to pull her out quickly.
Then she needs to learn the lesson. And we will be ready. And I've made sure that we are protected if she should fail. I am catering for you, Raya, not a Cleith. That is my role. It is a grim reality that we many face. Have faith in me. Roll your second attack, Raz.
The second line shuts her down pretty hard, but oof.
Oh, that was a good one.
This bitch is going down.
Get him, Raz.
Down. Down.
Get him, Keenan.
Speaking of down, Discord is down.
Or again, Raz, it's not down.
Skipped you. Oh no, there it is.
He parried. Yeah, he deflects. That is it, Keen. The closer it gets, the more you realize that she is just what we need. What do you need?
Shut up and
No.
die. Shut up.
But maybe you're eventually turned around to face the Bane. Tell me about her.
I mean, you know as much as I do.
Not in what we know from a book. What do you see now?
She'll. You know what? Especially if her looking doesn't seem to draw its attention, yeah, she'll start studying it, trying to. I mean, her whole life now is studying and understanding spirits. If she can't read from the various traits, because a lot of spirits physically show a lot of what they represent, yeah, she'll start studying it. Let them park up right next to her.
She's despair and calamity. Constant sadness, constantly sad to be ever alone, and yet if anyone draws too near, always tragedy waits around every corner. Always and forever. Forever to be doomed to wander the halls.
She is a state of despair. She's probably the child of whatever calamity happened that finally made her. She's alone and she probably hates it. But
As is her punishment for falling to the worm.
do you think it's
Do
really
not look upon. He leans in, like whispering into her ear. Do not look upon such things with sympathy, Maeve. They are not for that. Her decisions and her actions led her to this point. This crux. To show kindness to her is, in a way, accepting what the worm does. You must be cruel. You must be cold.
Oh. No, our work
Because,
is undo what
because otherwise, they will wait and take exploit of that sweet nature of yours, that scent. And you must hide it from them and instill only a cold directive.
it's like saying anything that became tainted should be killed instead of cleansed. If the opportunity is there to undo what the worm has done, you should try.
Perhaps.
There's no guarantee I can do anything.
But what did trying end up getting us? More death, more failure, more sadness. We tried to cleanse, and we failed. Now we must bring the sword.
And trying got us Jane.
One.
Sometimes one's enough.
Is it? I would rather 10.
I would rather 10, but you can't save 10 if you kill them all.
This is not a kinfolk.
No. Do you think it's actually
And
her?
No, I think it is the pale echo. The corrupted insult.
She is the corrupted insult.
And she should be treated as such.
But
Cast down.
Kian, this isn't her. This is probably all that's left of the part of her that was a person that's suffering.
He kind of sharply turns your face to his. She is not a person any longer. You know it.
I know. But that thing there, she even gestures. That thing there, that's not the same as the woman I saw. That's not really her.
But yet you show it the same kindness. Tell me. You lifts your chin up so you look at him directly into those cold eyes. Did the kinfolk of Brooks Rest have that luxury?
This spirit didn't do that.
It is of the worm. Of course it did.
And if we kill it, it will cycle and it will come back.
Hmm.
But if we find the key to whatever is causing it to be the way it is, perhaps it can be undone. I don't think it'll
That is
resolve and she's going to go to the homelands or something, but it will mean she doesn't cycle again and keep hurting people.
which is the cooler fate. And you know this is fact.
I know that there's a chance we could do it. And if we can do that instead of just cycling her,
Instead of being able to do the strong deed.
we're going to have to. We are probably going to have to fight her to get her into the Talon. But if we cycle her, we can't use her for this Talon. And if we cycle her, she comes back. She eventually just wakes here again and keeps walking the halls. And the taint persists.
As I said, it seems either way that it does not matter.
I mean, I
You're-
suppose.
You're still holding on to the things that make you vulnerable to them.
To become invulnerable to them, I'd have to lose things I'm not willing to give up.
Then we will never win, Maeve.
We will.
Will we?
We will. I don't have to be
Roll your
invulnerable.
second attack, Keen. Second attack, Keen.
Oh.
Keen. Keen. Keen.
Yep.
Roll your second attack,
So-
Keen.
Third attack, technically.
Yep. Of course.
Why did you have to have one more dice?
He's a better swordsman than you.
Suck it.
He parried.
Me. Yeah, I know.
Blocks again. You hear, and now I will lure her.
What?
And he just catches, not you, Babe. I'm talking to Keen.
Oh, sorry. I thought you swapped over. I was like, wait, what? No. Don't tempt the ghost. Sorry. My bad. I'm too in it.
Not you, you fool. Catches both Maeve's hands. You have asked us to give up our home. You have asked us many things. And now I'm to sit here and watch this thing perforate, be bound like a show thing. But eventually, when the talon breaks, it will cycle again and again and again. We have been asked a lot and given nothing as a result. We have been beaten down a lot and asked for nothing as a result. Why can't this whole place be cleansed the way it should be, not just a rubble of ashes and a smear and a stain on the land? Have you asked yourself that?
A place like this continues to attract wormish spirits, Kian. It's not. I know it looks like worse than that, but things like her, they're tied to a location. We could do exactly what you want and kill her now, and she would eventually reform and appear right back here.
And where is the idea that we should kill it? Where? Why do we always have to placate? Why do we always have to look for the merciful option for these things that have butchered us? Where's the justice in that?
She's not the thing that needs justice. She's an echo of someone who's hurting.
She's the echo of a tainted, corrupted vessel.
What else do you want to do with her? We came here to bind her.
I would have her cleanse her to the point that she no longer ceases to be. So this cycle, even if she is used to facilitate our destruction of the enemy, I would cleanse her.
This place has been cleansed before.
And I would cleanse it till there's nothing.
And when it doesn't work again, do you think Trust and Diana don't know what they're doing? Why do you think I can do it any better than they can?
Because you believe they do not. Look at you. Convicted. It's solely to the goal. You have passion, you have drive. You don't have what they have. And that is why you are perfect.
Just a little brown head, like, wait. Not like deep, serious doubt, just wait.
That is why you and people like you, Maeve, are perfect, because you have a singular drive, and yes, it may be misguided right now. But I can see the belief in your eyes. And you know deep down that I am correct. It's just that you are learning that perspective. But do not let your misdirected passion gleam under the eyes of self-righteousness. That is what led to this. A corrupt temple, filled with grandiose and decadence that let us fail for centuries.
And I'm not trying to be self-righteous. I am trying to solve something. And I know that it sounds merciful and it sounds like better than a Bane deserves. But trust me, if only as a urge, trust me that if we can find something, if we can...
He catches your hands again and kind of just pulls you right into him. Like, not aggressively, but it's like you're looking into him. There's passion. Passion. That's all it is. Like, may have seen Fianna passion. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You were asking me to trust you constantly. Yet when I asked you to trust me, I received nothing. Why cannot you trust me?
Of course I trust you.
Then trust me.
I do. But we still need to bind her, and we'll still need something connected to her to do that.
You just said there it is. Yeah, it's when you say but. There it is.
Isn't that why we're here? Isn't that what we both agreed we needed to do, and why you told me that she was even here? Was to come and bind her?
Perhaps we could. Or we could perhaps do something. Actually making a difference, not leave a scar on the land. This is a scar.
This isn't a scar because of the cleansing. It's a scar because of what happened.
I see.
Kian.
No, Maeve. Puts her hands down. You have made your decision clear. Raya.
What? Kian, what is with you? You told me about her so that we could come here. We even looked up who she was. We tried to think of anything we could to bind her with.
And what?
We agreed
And
to
what
look-
have we gotten in? What have we gotten in return?
We haven't finished.
Broken halls, dejected stares, and mistrust.
I don't mistrust you. I'm confused because I thought this was why we came out here. Why didn't we have this
Initially-
discussion before we came out here?
Because
Why
you were too busy wondering. Because you see the truth of things. You see the truth of things in the moment. You can read all the books in the world, but when you see it in front of you,
All I see is that you. I don't know what happened when you first came in and touched this place, and I don't know what you're feeling or what you've seen. But we came here to do this. Let's just. We need to finish the mission. We need this Talon. Or we are going to lose a lot more than 10 people in those tunnels. You said you wanted to save the most people you could. We need this Talon. Or people are going to die. They won't know what they're walking into. They won't know who they're talking to. You were with me when that happened. I don't want that to happen again, and I don't want it to happen to anyone else. I just want people to be able to get in and do what they need to do. And get home. I want them all to come back this time.
do you truly believe that you can do that, Maeve?
Yes.
Then why are we wasting time attempting to bind something when we can get the knowledge from it? This thing obviously knows the Red Stag and its ilk.
His spirit is stuck in a state of intense despair, and it would probably just lash out if we got close enough to speak to it.
Then we make it answer. Why are we showing sympathy?
Answers won't break illusions. Kian,
I see.
we need the Talon to break the illusions. And
We
she
need the
can tell
Talon, or
us-
you, Maeve, need the Talon.
We, Kian, because you were there with me too, and you were caught up in the illusions too, and you saw what I saw. Hell, I didn't. You saw it first. I only saw it when I reached out and touched you.
Second strike again, Raz.
Okay. Please.
Please, God.
Oh,
There we go.
3.
Oh,
Oh, that is roll your damage.
get him,
Yes. Oh wait, how many successes is that? How many did you cancel out? You cancelled one out.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's the
Yeah.
exact same. It's the exact same. 1, 2,
can
3,
do it, Kian.
4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hangs off his armor. Ping! Good.
Mm.
She's very innocent, isn't she? Naive. Perhaps I've been changing. Perhaps I was expecting something more substantive. No matter. There are many different ways to break something innocent. He starts walking towards King with his blade.
Yeah, Kane just raises his blade quickly.
You know, Kian, Maeve, glances over.
This is so confusing.
Kira, I'm going to say as well, you've killed the thing. Like, you killed the good. You did a good job. You look over, the door is closed.
All right. I mean, so, I didn't leave the door closed, but yeah, no, like she gets it. Maeve or Kian must have closed the door. Probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
That little one, that was a spy. Um, before moving on, is there evidence of any more of them?
Oh yeah, they're further down though. They're keeping away from you because you viciously mauled one of them to death. They're like, oh, we're just gonna stay right over here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, away from here. Over here. Where you can't reach me. Neener.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Like she gives them the most threatening Arun glare she can muster before.
When farts noses at you at a distance. Because you can't catch them. Neener.
Yeah, exactly. And she'll go back to just rap on the door.
The king glances over.
Yeah, Maeve is gonna. Oh, he's starting to. Okay, this is getting weird. This is getting really weird. This is the whole reason. Do you know what? She's just gonna go and you know what? She'll just go let Kira back in, close the door behind her, and then they won't have a problem anymore. It'll be fine. So, I mean, he's got her. Does he still have her pulled in super fucking close, or is this
Yep.
after he's? Oh,
You just moved your hands down off his face. He didn't let you get any closer away from him. What about it?
yeah. No, I mean, the door knocks. He glances back. She glances over, and she goes to take that initial step to disengage from him, and oh, I'll just go open the door.
Do you know it's her?
There's a glance.
You said they trust illusions, Maeve.
It's not funny.
I'm not being funny.
Then why would you close the door?
I said, do you know it's her?
Kira?
And there's another knock. Maeve?
She glances.
Leans in. He leans in and whispers, would you trust that?
She looks
Would
at
you-
you for a second.
You gives her a genuine, would you really? You know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's technically right. Even if he's
Come
being
on.
really weird right now. Kira was mad at you. Why?
There's Kira's she's looking for a way to open the outside.
I mean, there's a handle there, Kira. Do you know what I mean? It's not like an invisible door. There's a handle right there.
Okay,
They just closed the door over. They didn't lock it. Do you know what I mean?
I'm amazed he didn't lock it.
No.
So am I.
He didn't deliberately.
Okay.
So there's her hands on the there's a hand on the handle. She'll pause. Because I bullied Carol, Maeve. What's going on? Something happened.
Just get in here, please.
And she opens the door, steps in, closes it behind her.
And she goes quick over to Kian, and it's the whole it's not like they can see everything happening on Sept.
You never know with these things. They can get into your mind.
I know.
So don't treat it like it's it's he emphasize the point. You're too fucking soft. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's just there's it was just a creeper bane, but there are more of them.
A creeper bane? I glance over because it's an amazing nickname, but she's like, what?
Little spies. They
Could
watch.
It could mean the spirals could be here.
It could. I would suggest that we wrap up what we're here to do quickly and leave before we encounter them.
Yeah, that is a really good idea. I mean, she just glanced over to Kian.
Do you have what you need?
I haven't found it yet.
If we are pressed for time, perhaps we should move it without it.
You know what? Fuck it. Maeve does like make a glance around finally, because I mean, to be fair, it's like ever since they split up to look, Kian's been there talking to her, so she hasn't really had a chance to look for much of anything.
Not in this room. You can't. Like I'm gonna say, there's nothing in this room really. It's been so purged and cleaned, you'd never fucking find anything.
We should have taken our time coming in. Okay.
Any
Clay,
kind of gestures? It'll probably be better if you start first. If she becomes hostile, Kira and I could run in.
keep in mind if you deal that last blow that cycles her, I probably won't be able to bind her at all.
All right. So we'll hold our blows. We'll keep her distracted so you can do your work.
All right. Let's see if I can actually talk to her. Because, yes, you're right. The information we could get off of her could be incredibly useful. But we still do need to bind her.
Roll the strike, Keen. Keen! Keen!
I am.
The escalating kids.
Oh, no. He's just. I mean, you can activate gifts as well, Raz. I'll let you do it. So I'll let you think about
do I have
that back
gifts?
on this one. You do have gifts, yes, Raz. You do.
Yes, but I
You
don't
have
know if
those
they're
things.
all.
Go look up your gifts and keep in mind he's a black spiral dancer. Hint, 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 hint. But as you know, as Maeve waddles on forward all nervously, Kian will lead into Kira. Do you agree with this?
Chill like I can. I admit it seems a little bit odd to me, but from what I hear, these illusions have been quite damaging to people. If this can stop that or give us some way to counter it, then we need it. It'll give us a tactical advantage.
Maybe that was. How do we know that this is not information that they wanted us to find? To use the tool of a worm. Kind of glances over at the. All I'm saying is that this feels incredibly convenient. Not that Maeve is to be doubted, but you know how she is with who she trusts.
She'll give Kian a look. I very much doubt the right master would allow this to happen if there was doubt.
Did she say she got it off the right? Did she say she got it off the right master?
No, she didn't.
He kind of gives that like, oh. In fact, did she tell you at all who she got this information off of?
She did not.
Doesn't that not raise suspicions for you?
And she gives Kian a look. Like, it's kind of a look like, what, are you serious?
I'm saying the worm uses any and all methodology to lure you into a trap.
Well,
Kira, I have studied many manuscripts in this kind of gives that win like, ooh, unorthodox and highly risky. And very convenient if you wanted to lure people into a trap.
Look, I don't know who all this went through for Maeve to get the information. I know she has good relations with spiritual pacts. I know she has a pretty good relationship with the Right Master. I would be shocked
Should
if
ma-
she didn't talk to any of them. And beyond that,
Shouldn't that bother you? I mean, she walked into the Mactag Manor without letting them know a single damn thing of what we were doing there. Only at the last minute. The Mactag.
I mean,
Kira.
we also got clearance from Nessa to do this at the last minute. And like, there's
Were you there? Were you there? Did you hear her say? You see, these are the things I am beginning to ask myself, Maeve. And about Maeve. I am growing worried. I am not saying she's tainted. Far from it. I have checked her. She's not. But I am not saying that she's not being manipulated.
Look.
Keen, roll your second strike. Keen! Keen! Keen!
Is it me,
What
or
are
is
you saying,
are you
brother?
saying Katie?
Yeah.
Or Kian?
Yeah, I'm saying Keen. You, Raz.
Okay, I
Raz,
thought
roll
you
your
were saying
50
Katie.
second strike. Your 50-second strike. Roll it.
No. Because I figured out on my own that I have a gift.
Oh! What gift do you
It
use
is
there,
really
buddy
good.
boo?
Thanks to judgment.
Activate as your claws glow with the bright light of justice. Strike Kian.
Sigma guts my shot. Here you go. It's still the same dice pool, so there's nothing that changes the fact that. But hey, wait, can I spend a willpower on the attack?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
No,
fuck it. then.
no,
There
no,
we
you
go.
can't. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
He's had a higher diff to power this because you used Holy Light. Oh, your damage goes through. His armor gets taken away. Roll your damage, Raz.
Oh yeah.
It's +2. I think it's +2 for Fang's judgment on top of your shit.
So it's 15.
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more through. Oh yeah, this time that did hurt.
Fine.
That did hurt him. He's stumbling back, looking a bit weaker. Like as he's with Kira, he whispers in your ear. You can see a verbal wince, like this, like crack of the tank. Like his
And
hands shake a bit.
yeah, like, and it's like again, it's that reassuring hand on his shoulder. Hey, look, I know things have been rough for you here since we got here, okay? And I hear what you're saying, I really do. But that's part of the reason we're here. So if things do go, if it does,
Kira. He looks around, a bit desperate. Do you trust me?
yes, and I also trust Maeve. So
This is the point I'm asking. In this moment, with all these doubts in your head, who are you going to trust more in this moment?
Kian, I don't know. Look. If it does look like Maeve has been led astray, I want you to take her and run. Whatever follows after us, I will deal with. But take her and run. Take her back to the Sept. Okay?
Very well. I'll do that.
If we get separated, I'll come. I'll meet you back at Sept. There's a squeeze. It's meant to be comforting.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't let whatever doubts you have get the better of you.
So, Maeve, we'll come back to Keaton in a second. You come over to this thing, and it turns very slowly.
Can I ask a question before I straight engage it?
What?
Where it's floating around, is it like centering on a particular point that it returns back to, or has a certain path?
Yes. It does, yes.
Okay. What she will probably try to pull off is watching it, like, while this conversation happens, essentially. She's gotten to the doorway and is creeping around and trying to figure out where that point is. And the next time it hits, like, one of its outward wispings, I'll just kind of try to quietly ease in to see if there is something there. Now, it's very possible this thing will spot her, but the hope is that if there might be an item there or something special about that spot, maybe she can get an inkling before she has to engage it.
That is a skeleton lying across the floor with the remnants of a broken sword to its belly.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's fine. Everything's fine.
But as you see it, you eventually turn around and it's there. Right in front of you.
Oh. Oh, that's not her. All of my guesses were wrong, and that is not her. Oh, I made it. Yeah, she was around, and there's that half second of like, uh-oh. What is your name?
What is your name?
I need to turn down this music. I'm freaking myself out here. Hold on.
I got better music for you coming.
Oh, cool. I'll just cry. Give it to me. Which one is it? Oh.
And what is your name?
Luna's Vigil.
That is not your name.
So just catch me if I'm wrong. That's a really weird thing for a spirit to say, right?
Yeah.
These flashing colors are kind of fucking with me. Holy shit.
Good. That's what it does.
Oh. And you know what? Fuck it. My name is Maeve.
Hello, Maeve.
Hello? And who
Why are
might
you here?
to visit you?
You do not know me.
Or do not?
And you are not her. You don't have the right hair color to be her.
I'm not her. No.
Do you even know who she is?
You mean the queen?
I think it floats towards you. You've not been the queen in a long time, have you? You're too young, too fresh.
Not in a very long time. Longer than I can remember. A little bit of a brown it because she's processing the logic.
What do you want?
I want to know who you are, why you stay here.
I am bound to here. Never to leave, never to grow old, never to die, never to live. Never to love, never to hate, never to feel, never to lose.
Why? Why are you bound?
I was cursed. Cursed long, long ago.
Did you anger something? Someone?
No, I was rejected, dejected, denied, cast aside.
And who cast you aside?
The lion.
And for that you are cursed.
I was cursed, yes. Cursed. Because I could not be, and what I was not acceptable. And so I heard the deep song to comfort me, and then I was cursed, bound to this place. Waiting for my ancestors to return so I could impart the knowledge to them. And my queen came. But she still left me here as the reminder of what I am. The failure, the remnant. Deathless, ageless, alone.
What binds you here?
Just points at the. He just does the ethereal gesture to the body. The sword is black, Maeve. Like it's got the black, tingy blood in it, forever dripping into the skeleton. Keen, meanwhile, roll an attack.
Yes. This time, please just die, you big turd.
Big stinky poo.
Three,
He's at a plus.
three successes.
Oh wait, you get him! You get him!
Yeah.
You get him!
And then now I'm just gonna whiff the damage. 1, 2,
Oh, you're not.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
He soaks 3 of it. Keen, you hit.
That's fine. Yeah, so Keen has at this point just
Oh, you run.
left his blade
You run
into
it.
the sand.
You run him through. And here's the creepy part, Keen. He pulls you right in. To your fist goes through his stomach and everything. And at that point, Kira, soak me 8 lethal. Soak me Keen's damage.
What? Oh, okay.
What?
Soak me
Down.
Keen's damage.
In the box. I want in the
Soak me
box.
Keen's.
Okay. Here you go.
Come on.
Yes, you can.
What's this?
It's gonna get emotional.
Okay. Soak 8, you said? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
door. Oh.
it's so
Oh.
fun.
You're alive. But you're alive. Yay!
I mean, you look dead.
Oh yeah, Keen, you're like victory, and you swing through, and the red stag opens his arms, and you go straight through, plunging through them, and then before the vision fades, he just looks at Keen, going, "Congratulations, Keen. Now you're just like me." And as the vision fades in front of your haze, Keen, Kira's back is through you, and you go shrunk. And you're like, oh! She's like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Collapsing down to the ground. She's not dead, but she is out for the count.
Okay, I'm kind of blue screening here, guys.
Maeve, yeah, you hear the stab. The thing turns its head as well.
You can absolutely blue screen as she again the spirit turns her head. Maeve turns hers as well. Just the actual. Kian?
Hi, Keen. There you go, Keen. There you go.
Hi, that's from the other room. Just Kian.
Hey, Keen.
I don't even know what to do.
I mean, you could just straight lock up and not answer. That is an option.
I think I'm straight up locking and not giving an answer. I
Kian, are you okay? Kira? Finally, like,
Kira,
she's like in the middle of talking to a
Ki-
spirit and like,
Kira, you could barely speak. He ran you through, so like blood is just bubbling out of your mouth. You know what I mean? You're alive, but like you're in a
yeah,
haze.
there's like, I imagine she hears Maeve's voice, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, like if she could even open her mouth, there would just like no sound, just blood.
Kian drops to his knees. He just pushes his hands on the wound, pointlessly trying to keep blood in.
But anyway, it seems. She looks over back at Maeve. The corruption has already begun to spread.
Turns a glance back. I will come right back to you. I promise.
It always starts with the illusion, and then the manipulation of the deed.
What does?
She just starts floating along.
Yeah,
It
she.
is always the impulse first. Just float.
Yeah, she drifts away, and Maeve wants to find out, but by the same token, nobody is answering her. And I'm pretty sure, like, did Kian like straight? Is the blade still in her? Did he drop it to the floor? Like, what's?
Yeah, just fucking he rinsed it out. It just went straight in and straight out and dropped to the ground. So like, she has
it's
a
dropped
literal
on the
fucking he ran her right straight through. Do you know what I mean?
All right. So if nothing else, the clatter of the sword is a much louder noise than him slumping to the floor. So yeah, she finally breaks contact and comes scampering back in.
So Maeve, you're at the site before you. Kira is down on the ground. There is a huge sword wound right through her fucking chest. Like, I'm not talking the belly, through the chest. Missed the heart by fucking centimeters. That's how close we're talking. We're talking 7 lethal. Kira's blood is bubbling. She's barely conscious. She looks, for all intents and purposes, if she was a human, she'd be dead. There's Kian over her, desperately trying to open the wound, but not realizing that the wound is bleeding out the back too. Bloody sword on the ground. And Kian going.
It's just it's a constant monologue repeat of just a hushed no. It's
Yeah,
so
I mean,
constant.
if you know, I mean, like there is an absolute look of confusion and betrayal on
Kira, you
Kira's
didn't even.
face.
You were behind him. You didn't even see it coming. He just ran through, and next thing you know, you get hit by a searing pain, collapse on the ground. Kian's over you, desperately trying to grip your hand together. You don't know what the fuck happened. No fucking idea. It just smacked you.
Kian turned around to Kira and said, "Wow, Shindaku."
Not
what is it?
for Kira, but for Kira's perspective, something hit you. It might be Keen because right now you don't have the cognitive thing to see the bloody sword on the ground. But that could have been fucking anything. It might have been a spiral. But right now you're too fucked up to even realize what's happening.
Let's face it, the fact that you have any consciousness is a goddamn miracle.
It's bare. I wouldn't even call it conscious. You're like in and out. You know what I mean?
For Kian's sake, you know, she flits back into the room, gets like one good look, and it's just the alarmed. What happened? Is she like dives to go put Kira back together? Target lock. Fix the hole in her rune.
Poor Kira. She's like, I'm gonna. Oh my god! It collapses. I'm gonna save the day. You know what I mean?
Like I'm gonna put out Maeve. Like probably the only reason she's on her feet is because Kian hasn't let her fall down yet.
I don't think you're on your feet. You're on the ground.
No. At 7 lethal, you're down.
No, okay.
You are a ragdoll.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Considering the severity of the damage, yeah, Maeve's diving. She's spending.
I felt like this kid gonna have a cool scar. buddy.
Ah,
Eh?
yay!
I mean, thankfully,
Cool.
she has these things like easy access on the swag, but she like straight snatches a guy's breath and just smash. As soon
Oh yeah,
as
Kira, you kind of come out like you're coughing up blood essentially because you like he punctured your fucking lungs and everything.
Hmm.
you're still on 3 lethal, but at least you're not dying. What happened? What? Hey, like because Kian is obviously shook. There's like the little first the lay
Yeah.
of the hand on the shoulder, and then the gentle like kind of grasp of the fingers. Like, hey, what? Kian?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, did you touch him?
Yes.
Yeah, he recoils.
Basically, yeah, she reaches over and initially it's a very gentle like touch on the shoulder, but if he immediately recoils, she obviously can't like grasp. Oh, Kian.
I didn't. It was. And he sort of gets up, moving away from the fucking scene.
Hey, don't
I didn't.
go far. There's still Banes here. Kian.
I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to.
What happened? What did you see? What happened?
It wasn't me. It wasn't. He got in. Oh God, he got in. He got in. He hasn't gotten in before.
Hey. Yeah, she doesn't advance at all. She just kind of extends the hand out a little bit. He's given himself some space, so it's not like she's getting close. Just Kian, I know you're freaking out, but
No, we need to leave now. It's not safe for you. You need to get her to the gardens.
Kian, she'll be okay.
No, Kira's just like I've been stabbed. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Kira. I mean, like she is trying to process what happened. Eventually, Ave, a mission.
I know. Just shift up and heal because I know that guy is ripped and close up. Okay? Kian, come on. Don't leave the room. Don't split up. That's what they always want.
You don't get it.
What happened?
I try to remember this place. He was waiting for me on the side.
What did he do?
I didn't mean anything I said. It wasn't me. He got inside. He got in.
Is he gone now?
I'm a liability to the mission.
Is he gone now?
I don't know. I'm back.
Here.
What?
Just
One step at a time.
You can. Trust me. Right now, okay?
Okay. I'll keep a very careful eye. But we can't split up or we won't all get out of here, okay?
Yes, yes. But we need to get out.
So finally she'll dare a glance off of him. She's been kind of carefully watching like you do with a cornered animal, you know. You keep an eye just in case, but she finally glances back to Kira.
Your rune has gone to 6 rage.
The
I'm gonna put-
look on Kira's face, Maeve. It is directed right at Kian.
I mean, Maeve finally has a second to like take in the scenario and oh yeah, sword. That's Kian's sword. Kian's sword is covered in blood. Oh.
Why don't you pick up his sword for now, Kira? Okay?
Like, very deliberate. She picks up Kian's sword.
You can hold on to that till we get back to Sept.
And I mean, she glances between them, and it's, yeah, that crushing realization that there's. And glancing between them, finally back to Kira again.
Are you pulled together?
Get what you need from the spirit. I will keep you safe.
Just
You know, she's like holding a hand out towards either one, like just let's all be calm.
Yeah, I mean, like for what it's worth, Maeve, it is not like
I need to
It's-
for like
it's-
2 seconds. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec.
Keep in mind, this guy just fucking shanked you. Do you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I mean, like, yeah,
keep that in mind. You don't know Keen for Adam, and he just fucking batted a fucking knife in your back. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly.
And he's already talking to you about doubting and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just keep that in
Mhm.
mind. You're gone 6 rage. Logical thinking is not your file at the moment, unfortunately.
No,
These are-
no, it is.
Unfortunately, this would be great if you were a Ragabat or a Theurge, but you are the big murder machine, and the big murder
Yes.
machine nearly got killed.
The big murder machine is angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's just like gauging stability of the murder machine.
Yeah, so it is not. It's not like a little reassuring squeeze of the hand, Maeve. That you get. Kira takes your hand. She takes it with a very firm grip. She, gives a tug, pulls you back a couple steps.
Kian, do you think you can hold it together for just a couple minutes? She's got your sword. You can't hurt anyone.
He is. Let's just say you've never seen Kian look defeated. Do you know the look that Christopher gave you when he gave the house, when he gave the land back? Yeah,
Yeah.
he just nods.
Okay.
She'll turn to face Kira, who has grabbed a hold of her and pulled her back a bit, and just puts another hand on top of hers.
I need you to hold it together for me, okay?
I can hold it together, Maeve.
Okay.
But get this done.
All right. Pull a little bit of that. Get bigger. Heal off the rest. I'm going to go into the next room. And I will either come out with a Talon or I will come out and we're going home.
And there's a just, like she lets go of your hand and just woof.
I'm hoping Glabro.
Yeah, Glabro.
Whew. Jesus. Yep. As long as neither of them is moving for an exit. She promised she would come back. She is going to come back to where that skeleton is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for her.
Leaving the unstable Phyllodox and the near frenzying Arun. This is going to be
To
fucking.
stare at each other.
Yep, this is not going to end badly at all.
I hope not.
That's fine.
But god damn it, I came here to get this.
Mm-hmm.
Getting what
If
I
that's
said.
what Maeve, if that's what Maeve wants to do, by all means.
She's gonna try. So she'll come back and stand alongside the skeleton. Careful not to, step on any little stray bones that have gotten scattered.
Mm-hmm.
Is she right there? Is she drifting?
Yes. She's
Okay.
doing her cycles. Like before.
Would you tell me who you were? Please.
And why would I tell you that? You all seem perfectly willing to kill each other.
We're not. If we wanted to come in here to kill, we would have started long before now.
She just gives you that look of it's that look as she's glancing over at the two. You know what I mean? Eye fucking each other awkwardly. The spirit is like, mm-hmm. What does my name matter to you?
Doesn't it matter to you?
My name has long gone to the earth. I am no longer who I was. Why would a name matter any longer when it is nothing but an echo of the flesh and bone?
What if your bones could be interred?
Interred.
And your name buried properly?
Would you give me the honor of that?
Yes.
Even if you know what I am? Very easy to make a promise when you do not know who I am.
Will you tell me what you know? Will you help me
About
fight
what?
back?
I will not help you fight. I will not tell you what I know. I will tell you who I am. And when my deed is done to be serviced, then I will be free to whatever end awaits me. whether it is the home or the abyss.
I ask your name so that I can mark your grave.
Ashleen McRae.
And I ask what you know so that the corruption ends.
I know that my line has now fallen to the worm and become something far more. The Blood Queen, as she calls herself, as was a once of my line, and has brought about the near destruction of our people, and will continue to do so from her castle in the sea. She has resurrected or reforged the remnants of his line's corruption that she conspired to create, because a great war is coming. Great taint will fill the land. Garou will butcher Garou, and all the while the deep rumblings of the earth will rise, and the worm shall roar. We are merely here to facilitate the climate, to ensure the land is properly prepared for when the worm's roar reaches our shores. They are preparing you as we are for the great journey. Because you can rejoice, death is not the end.
You don't seem to be rejoicing.
I was not chosen to rejoice. It was not my destiny to become the Blood Queen. I am but the pale reminder, the sacrifice that was needed to be made. This is my penance.
There's that creepy. You heard what? Kian. This is her penance. You know what I mean? Echoes in your head, Maeve.
Did you choose to dance?
You always choose. You are never forced. Hence, it wouldn't be a dance, would it?
She floats along.
Where's the castle in the sea?
The sea.
Surely you know better than that.
The sea amidst the cliffs. But I have not seen it in some time. Not for a long time.
Is there a landmark that would help us find it?
You have to go deep. Deep. Find the island of which the fog never leaves, and go deep within.
Is that where the throne is?
Yes.
Is that where the altar is?
That I do not know. I am not the Blood Queen. The throne was originally crafted for me. She turned it into something else. But the altar, I do not know of what you speak. I am not the Blood Queen.
Why did you dance?
It was better than being alone, rejected, hated. Much like he is now. Look at him. Frightened of who he was, what he had done. It was just an accident. A simple thing. And the look that they gave me afterwards. Look at her. So much hate. Even now it sends a shiver down my ethereal spine. I'd rather dance 1,000 lifetimes than face that look again.
You won't be alone.
Well then, should I help you, that is what I will see. Do you tell the truth, or are you just like the others, picked up the rock and cast me aside? Will you let others do the same? Because when you get back, he leans down. You know what's going to happen, don't you?
Nothing
So
at all.
prove to me that you're true to your word on that. And I will ensure that whatever plans you have to bind me go without me taking your soul. Hey. How you doing there, Maeve?
Thanks. I appreciate that condition that you added.
It basically prove your fucking word, Fiona. Do you know what I mean?
She just nods because, at least in this, she doesn't have any doubt. There's conviction. She feels very strongly about this and she will do what it takes. So there isn't doubt there. There's just the nod.
You remind me of her when she first came looking for me. You're just as beautiful as she was. You'll make a great queen.
But I'll never rule my people through fear.
Well, many have said that. She even said that.
The difference is that I'm not a liar.
She gives Maeve the look she gives is no, okay. Do you know what I mean? Okay, little buddy. Do you know what I mean?
You bitch. But she will, she made an agreement. She will go to pull like one of her bags out of her bag, ironically. And lay it as open as she can and begin very carefully. She will first have to slide the sword out of the skeleton. Probably wrapping her hand in something before she does so, because that is icky.
Yes.
And then we'll carefully begin picking up the bones, as many as she can find, and transferring them into the bag. Is there...
I'll let you hand wave all that shit.
All right. Is there anything, like, for the sake of making the talent itself, because I'd rather not use one of her bones, because it will shatter when it's activated. Is there anything like a ring or an item on her skeleton?
There is a ring, yes. Looks like a wedding ring.
Oh, God, are there sigils on it?
Yep.
Oh, God, give me 2 seconds real fast. I'm sorry.
How are you doing, Kira? How you doing, Grumpy?
I mean, she has placed herself in between Kian and Maeve, and she has positioned herself so that she can keep one eye on Maeve and she deals with the spirit, and keep one eye on Kian.
How you doing? How you feeling?
Honestly, she is angry.
Yeah,
She
yeah, that's probably the most justifiable emotion at the minute. It's just anger, sheer anger.
yeah, it's sheer anger. Like the closest I think the closest thing to like rational thought aside from I am not going to let you hurt her too is wait until Nessa hears about this.
All right, yep, and we're back in the room with Maeve. I'm letting you hand wave the shit. This visual has a fox and a lion intertwined with each other.
All right.
Yeah.
That's going to be a thing later. But for the moment, you
Yeah.
did your hand waving the binding.
Yes, because it's late, and I'm a butt.
Yeah, she will go through the binding. Carefully, close the bag, put it back in her swag. Oh, that's going to be interesting. And, yep, gonna carefully ease back into the room. Checking on the two of them, like, hey guys, look up between them.
Mm-hmm. What are you guys doing? What you guys doing?
All right. Let's
Did you get what you needed?
Yeah, let's get out of here carefully and try not to attract anything else on our way out.
Yes.
So not like okay,
All
good.
right. You guys get out. You're probably walking, doing the sad patrol walk towards your car.
But as we're walking, and I mean, Kian has been coaxed along, kind of carefully corralled. But as they're walking, Maeve will step up next to Kira or back to Kira. Kira, have you been on any of these missions before? Into these places?
I don't think she has.
So I assume it's a stiff head shake.
Yeah. Like I think the only place she's been is the alchemist's lab. So yeah, so there's a stiff head shake.
All right. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be. But are you game to hear me out for a minute so that I can explain to you what happens?
Please do, Raya. I would appreciate any light you could shed on this situation.
It is very common when we go into places where the spirals have been, places they've occupied, even if they are not there themselves, for members of parties, mission groups, teams to be stricken with visions. It can be very hard to tell when it happens, but they are not in control of what they're seeing, what they're hearing. And look at him. Does he look like he struck you consciously? He looks like he's about to fall apart, Kira.
And she does look at Kian, that it's not a look of sympathy. Let me put it that way.
You're in a ruin.
You know better than anyone the kind of intent it takes to strike out at another lion or at another creature that you would have called a friend at another time. To strike out at people.
Before he struck me, he attempted to instill doubt in me about your intentions for this mission. If you were truly doing the right thing, or if you had somehow been misled by the worm.
Kara, I don't think that was him talking. He's been strange this whole time.
He has.
I don't think that was him talking. And I don't think it was him that pulled a sword on you. And I know that I treated you very harshly after the whole event with Carol. But I'm going to ask you a favor. And in exchange, I'm going to offer you a second chance, a clean slate. Forgiven and forgotten. Please. Do not bring this to anyone's attention. I will take it to the appropriate people, and I will take care of it. But it is... Can you imagine what would happen if people heard that we went into a place that was once held by the Red Stag, and one of the McNamara stabbed you? Especially after what just happened.
You know, Maeve, there's... Like, Kira has been entertaining this, but when you ask her not to mention it to anybody, she stops. Maeve.
Stop with her.
Please be more clear in what you're asking of me.
Until I have had a chance to speak with the higher-ups, to speak with Nessa, to speak with the Right Master, to speak with his family, do not mention what he did in that castle. That was not Kian. I'm sure of it. And if they were to find out, especially after this bout with Rory, between him and Christopher, this family would be condemned. This whole family would be condemned for something that I honestly don't believe that he did consciously or had any control over.
I will not mention it to anyone unless I am asked by any of the higher-ups directly.
Have you met Morin? Have you seen her? She's getting a little more serious, a little more like there's more conviction pouring out in this. Young girl, bright red hair, more freckles than me.
I believe I have seen her, yes, but I have not met her.
She is a McNamara, and the last time that I tried to walk with her to a bookshop, someone threw a rock. Drove by on a bike, threw a rock at a kinfolk girl because of her name. If this is found out, it will get worse, and it won't just be him that gets punished.
Okay, I need to think a minute here.
Is that out of character?
That is out of character
Eh.
because
No, I'm
you,
going to
That could be in character.
and I'm going to play the harp on it.
you essentially just told Kira that people have been harassing a kinfolk.
And if you
Who-
tattle, she will get hurt, and it will be all your fault. But I didn't say that directly. That
No,
would
Me,
no,
me.
you didn't say that directly. No, but like Kira not thinking particularly clearly and also being in a ruin and
is
someone
like
who has-
someone threw rocks at a kinfolk. Oh my god!
yeah, basically.
But keep in
Um,
mind as well, it's because McNamara,
Mhm.
that family is like, well, like keep in mind where this is the thing. Here's like throw rocks at kinfolk.
Mhm.
Like it, the pieces are putting together. Like Kira's been blowing raids left and right, so I'd say cognitive thought is starting to come back. She got rocks thrown at her. Why? She's McNamara. Her family is equivalent basically of Satan around this place. It's a taboo name.
Mhm.
And do you honestly want this coming after Keen? That's what Maeve is asking.
Pretty
Yeah, I
much.
did that. And look at it, Raz. Look at him.
I wouldn't ask this of you if it didn't put a whole family at serious risk. There are only 4 of them.
You know, she'll turn.
You want me to roll some charisma? I'll give you some charisma.
Oh, let Heather do it.
let's-
Let Heather do her thing.
Let's hold off on that for a minute.
Yeah.
Might be surprised.
I might.
Raya, I trust you, and I trust your judgment. However, if Kian was not himself, and we were in a place that was held by his family, who members of it did fall, then I worry he may be a liability. And he may not be suited to come on missions like this in the future.
I will
That is my concern.
let me reassure you that I will be doing everything in my power to ensure that even the dead do not hinder his ability to perform on missions.
She crosses her arm. She very clearly feels ways about this.
I will do everything I can, and I will not blame you if there are future missions and you keep a careful eye on him. I'm not saying that this isn't a risk. And we can talk about it at length.
You are my Raya, Maeve. I trust your judgment and I will respect your request.
Thank you. I'll handle giving the report. All we need to do is get home. I'll take care of him. I'll get him back to his family. I'll make sure it's taken care of.
So I'm going to end the scene there because we've been running this for 5 hours. So I'm going to say you can get home and I will do the report stuff with Maeve and stuff. And don't worry, Kira, we'll have a talk with you, young lady, about your roo-roos.
Oh,
And your grumps. Don't worry, we'll facilitate that. And Kian, I'll facilitate more of your trauma. Hey, buddy, bend the knee.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're going to end this 5-hour scene because the ST needs some semblance of a break because, Jesus Christ, I've been hurting you guys for 5 hours.
Yay!
I have work in the morning.
All right, then we will call it here.